Zoom. We ask that all meetings, whether it's via Zoom or in person, is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive, hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. We are aware and acknowledge the public's right to disagree on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, bigotry, and hatred are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at town council meetings. Therefore, this announcement shall serve as a warning that all further public comments at the town council must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. Please be advised that if you fail to heed this advice, you will be muted and potentially cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. So with that, I call today's meeting to order. It's 7:01. And Ms. Neese, if you could begin roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Risto.
Here.
Councilmember Hudas.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rennie.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Sayoc.
Here, thank you very much. Now, what we will do to start our meeting in a pleasant manner is we are going to provide a recognition and presentation of our CERT leaders. And if we were in town chambers, I would be sharing a commendation that to all of our CERT leaders. And so first, what I'd like to do is I'd like to read what the commendation is. There are several whereases, but we think it's so important given fire season, given earthquake season, given practically disaster season, that we spend some time to acknowledge the work that these individuals and volunteers have done and will continue to do for our community. So whereas the Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, was established in 2003 in the town of Los Gatos and has become recognized throughout the community, which is evident through more than 170 active volunteers and 9 neighborhood incident command posts. And whereas the 9 incident command posts have 17 designated volunteer leaders to be a liaison between the Los Gatos Montesreno Police Department and oversee additional CERT members within their neighborhood area. And I'm going to list several names, and so if I mispronounce any, I do apologize. Evan Abate, Drew Anderson, Nigel Coleman, Clay Cougar, Patrick Dirks, Tom Hawkins, Peter Hurtan, Lorraine Hepworth, Scott Hepworth, Buzz Johnson, Greg Curlin, Edgar Labor, Jovel Lowy, Rob Rennie, Klaus Schumann, Terry Shoup, and Brian Whitaker. And whereas in 2020 and 2021, CERT leads organized and chaired subcommittees to host 2 Foster Road neighborhood fire drills, Red Cross first aid and shelter trainings, monthly radio check-ins with other neighborhood incident command posts, the Town Emergency Operations Center, and the County EOC, assisted with installation of a new NICP for the Vasona neighborhood, hosted outreach and information booths at many events throughout the community, conducted 9 virtual neighborhood emergency preparedness webinars, attended 4 neighborhood watch meetings to promote CERT and emergency preparedness. Whereas in 2021 and 2022, CERT leads will be working with other CERT members on relocating the Vista Del Monte NICP, continuing their partnership with Aries and Races and the Los Gatos Montesreno Disaster Aid Response Team to conduct monthly radio testing and training, assist the College Hills neighborhood with a fire drill in spring 2022, repurposing the CERT trailer to utilize as a mobile NICP, and working to host a community point of dispensing exercise on November 3, 2021. Whereas the CERT leadership has been reliable, innovative, and are extremely organized community volunteers in a CERT capacity, and are dedicated to making the community volunteers more capable to respond and communicate through training and disaster assessment and resource needs in the event of an emergency. Now, therefore, the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos does hereby render with special appreciation and commendation to the Los Gatos Montessorino CERT leads for their commitment and service to the Los Gatos community, signed by every single council member. So with deep appreciation and gratitude for all that you do for our community, we thank all of you, and we thank those future CERT volunteers who continue to assist us in the event of emergency, because as they train, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and we owe you much gratitude. Thank you. Okay, with that, we now turn to closed session report, and I turn to our town attorney to provide any details under closed session.
Good evening. Prior to tonight's regular session, council met in closed session to discuss the evaluation and compensation of the town manager and the town attorney. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. And we now will go to council manager matters. This is an opportunity for all of the council to share with the public as well as with one another work and or decisions they have made on behalf of the town of Los Gatos. I'll start with our vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd say the most important thing that I've done since last meeting is think about the unacceptable conduct in our last council meeting. First, I'd like to say, and I'm sure the rest of the council would join me, that we stand behind you, the mayor, your family, and your agenda of diversity, inclusivity, and anti-hate speech in our town. We as elected officials fully accept and welcome criticism of the policies and actions we've taken to make our community more inclusive, diverse, and welcoming to all, particularly to those through vulnerable times in their lives. It is our job as elected officials to take comment on town business and accept criticism of our policies and actions related to town business. It's not required to take comment outside of town business, as you've mentioned. Attacks and bullying of other members of the public and of family members is not town business, is unacceptable, and will not be tolerated. I stand with the mayor in facilitating a civil discourse with decorum and not accepting or allowing the public process to be for attacks on others. I cannot help but point out the hypocrisy in Ms. Tyrone's lecturing one meeting about protecting women and children and then the very next attacking minors. If one does not practice what they preach, I do not see how their words have any meaning. You may not agree with our agenda of supporting the LGBT community in Los Gatos and trying to make it more comfortable for teenagers discovering their identity and sexuality. And I do believe it is important for people with different opinions to discuss and disagree and even get passionate about their opinion. But it's unacceptable to force your opinion on others through bullying, threats, and attacks. I reaffirm that I stand with the mayor against bullying, hate speech, and demand a civil discourse and council meetings that does not accept attacks on public members. I ask you all to stand with us and respect civil discourse. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Badami.
I'm sorry, I have a weak internet connection. Did you just call on me?
Yes,
Okay.
if you're ready.
I saw the hesitation. On October 6th, I met with the Executive Director of West Valley Waste Management regarding upcoming changes to the board and personnel. October 11th, I attended the Democracy Tent meeting as an observer. Later that evening, on October 11th, I attended the Finance Commission meeting as an observer. On October 13th, I attended the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee meeting, and we discussed an application to redevelop the gas station at the North 40 corner of Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard. Feedback was provided regarding numerous exceptions relating to height, setbacks, parking, and open space. I continue to meet with constituents regarding the draft 2040 general plan. I continue to work on maintaining the integrity of Los Gatos with insistence on civility and respect for the public process. I stand with our mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Badami. Councilmember Hedis.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to just take a minute of council matters to express my reaction to our last council meeting on October 5th. The people who disrupted this meeting, many of whom were not even residents of Los Gatos, and they attempted to intimidate members of the council, were an embarrassment and should be ashamed. While there are constraints on limiting First Amendment speech at meetings, public meetings, I believe there's no place for hateful speech directed at family members and especially minors. Vindictive language, profanity, epithets, hate, bigotry, they're all unwanted, unwelcome, and inappropriate, and they interfere with the ability of our residents to be heard. With all the work that we have to do to deal with serious issues in our town, water shortages, wildfires, declining services for our 60+ residents, challenges in our ability to staff our police department, we need to do more to ensure that town meetings have the time, space, and safe environment needed to address the concerns that matter to you, all of my fellow Los Gatos residents in our community, the things that we were elected to do. So I want to apologize for not saying or doing more to directly address the disruption at the previous meeting. But I want to let people know that personal attacks of the sort seen at the last meeting are not acceptable, and that even if we have different ideas on how to address town issues, we need to put aside personal grievances and work together through regular order to tackle the full breadth of issues that Los Gatos residents care about. On other council matters, I want to note that I met with residents concerning our senior services roadmap on October 8th. I met with a group of residents concerning potential hazards of artificial turf in children's play areas and sports field on October 13th. I participated in the Finance Commission meeting on October 11th, where I discussed a large number of items, and particularly we discussed the projections for revenue for the town that seem to be improving in 3 out of 4 categories. And we also discussed a dashboard of key performance indicators that will be coming before the council in the future to help us understand where we are financially as a town. I participated in the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee meeting on October 12th, where we discussed a proposal to redevelop the gas station on the corner of Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard and create a 2-story office building with a convenience store and gas pumps. And on October 7th, I attended a community meeting on the draft 2040 general plan, where over 100 people participated. At that meeting, over 76% of the folks who spoke expressed concern, if not opposition, to the current draft calling for 3,904 new residential units, which almost doubles the state mandated RENA allocation of 1,993 units. And at the previous Joint Planning Commission session, 100% of the speakers expressed concern. And we've received numerous written communications from residents, which also reflect a 96% concern. And Mayor, although I know you indicated that an item is in the works to address these concerns through some analysis to be given to the General Plan Committee, at this point, there's no date for that. And I'm perceiving some pushback from town staff. And I'm concerned that if the analysis is not done soon, the Planning Commission and Housing Element Advisory Board will begin their work as soon as this Thursday. Therefore, I respectfully request an agenda item for action at the first available council meeting. And that agenda item would be for the council to discuss, should staff prepare the following analysis for the Planning Commission hearing on the general plan? Number 1, analyze the impact of SB 9 on assumptions about housing capacity, identify how the draft general plan could be affected by SB 9's stated right to subdivide and build ADUs, and how that might eliminate the need to rezone our existing low-density residential areas, since the state has already effectively done that for us. And number 2, analyze an alternative based on the RHNA allocation of 1,993 units. Identify what aspects of the current draft 2040 general plan would change, and whether the draft EIR would have to be modified if we were to just meet the RHNA allocation with a minimal buffer. Note that I'm asking for council to request an analysis of these items so that the Planning Commission can properly consider the general plan. I am not asking for the council to vote or weigh in on any aspect of the general plan at this time. And I would ask the town attorney to make sure that we don't circumvent the process as we take up that item. So per the council policy, item I states that 2 or more members of the council must vote in favor of placing an item on a future agenda for action. So I invite another council member to support the inclusion of this item on the council agenda. Thank you.
Councilmember Badami, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I endorse the request of Councilmember Hudes. Not only do we want respectful meetings, we want efficient meetings. So I believe that this could allow for more focus at future hearings as it makes its way to the Planning Commission and for a later hearing at Town Council for an ultimate decision regarding the general plan.
Okay. And Vice Mayor Rennie?
I would also say it sounds like a reasonable request. I realize that we may not yet have full guidance on SB 9 from the state, but the sooner we can get how that affects our whole plan, that would be helpful to, everybody that's making decisions on it.
Okay, and so let's see, I believe I've covered, Councilmember Risto, we're still under council matters?
Correct. Are we in the middle of a discussion or are we still?
No, we have 2 requests, and then so at this time, as per our process, I will work with Town Manager Pravetti. As Councilmember Huda said, it is in the works, and so Manager Pravetti and Attorney Schultz and I will just see when we can bring this efficiently back to the council, and again, doing it in a way that ensures that we continue with the general plan process and not circumvent the outcome.
Thank you.
Councilmember Risto, if you'd like to provide your council matter.
Yes, and I will go along with that. Well, first of all, on the simpler note, in this past month, I attended both the Finance Commission and the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission meetings. As a member of the West Valley Sanitation Board, we had some hearings, but nothing of interest to the general public. I've met with quite a few residents regarding the Shannon Road bike and pedestrian improvement possibilities, as well as other residents about the draft general plan. And this past weekend, helping out the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, they're doing a bicycle parking survey. And so I was out looking at 3 shopping centers and looking at our bicycle parking. And I've attended Democracy Tent. But mostly, I've spent a lot of time alone, hiking, talking to other people, listening to residents. And I've had a lot of time to think about public discourse, civility, and First Amendment rights. And it wasn't just the last meeting. This has been going on since April and continuing to escalate to a point where it started out unacceptable, but it's gone over the edge. The Los Gatos Town Council has always held a high standard for respect and decorum. In public meetings, we use titles with our staff and each other. We speak in turn as allowed. We treat each other, our town staff, and all members of the public with respect. I've admired this for the past 20 plus years that I've attended the council meetings and for the past 10 months that I've served on this council. People can disagree without being disagreeable. Over the past several months, there have been a small but increasingly angry group of speakers spewing a variety of hateful and outlandish accusations against the council, including most recently high crimes, treason, organ harvesting, bodily mutilation, murder, and poison. And yet we sat mutely and listened because we didn't care to grant these tirades the extra time or attention. This specific group of speakers has been targeting not just town council as individuals, but our mayor, and they're also attacking her family members. All bounds of decency have been quickly eroded by a small number of angry people. Enough is enough. To those who've emailed and texted and called with support for the council in our town, I thank you. I know these disruptors do not represent the community we serve. I know there are differing opinions on a variety of issues, and I appreciate those who share their thoughts in a factual and respectful manner. I will always listen to any constituent who cares to have a meaningful conversation, but I will not listen to lies and accusations and attacks that diminish our town. I publicly state that I stand shoulder to shoulder with our mayor, my fellow council members, our town staff, the Chamber of Commerce, our police department, the countless civic organizations, and overwhelming majority of this beautiful community in condemning hatred, bigotry, and incivility. Los Gatos is better than this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Risto. And so my council matter that I'd like to share is that the Cities Association did meet last week. There were several subcommittees reports, one from the Racial Justice Committee that provided specific recommendations, not only with police reform, but as well as housing. With police reform, I'm happy to report that the recommendations we've already been incorporating within our police department, and housing continues to be an area that we as a council look at and hopefully can address in our general plan update. We also had a presentation from a nonprofit that does work in domestic violence. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and October is also National Bullying Prevention Month. And so I thank my council members for addressing the comments and the values that we as the town of Los Gatos stand for. And I think the resolution that the Cities Association passed just goes to show that we need to continue to model the behavior and the decorum that we ask of our community. And I'm very proud to see that we are doing that tonight. In addition, we did have a presentation by the Housing Collaborative that we are a member of, based on the feedback of the Let's Talk Housing presentations that they've provided and the work that continues to happen as they work with us. There will be an analysis of SB 9. I know every single community is interested in how that affects all of our towns and municipalities, and they continue to do that work with us in conjunction with our community development director and all of the community development directors in Santa Clara County. So I look forward to that presentation as well. That concludes mine, and I'd like to ask Town Manager Pravetti to provide her any matters that you'd like to share with us tonight.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. There's quite a bit to report. So we are starting our first Housing Element Advisory Board meeting on Thursday, the 21st of October at 7 p.m. via Zoom. It'll be an introductory meeting outlining what a housing element is, what the requirements are, and we are planning for meeting the RHNA that has been given to us by the state. And also meeting all of the other requirements. So the public is definitely welcome to join us, learn more, and ask questions. On Saturday, the 23rd at Gatos Park, I'm happy to announce that there will be some fun activities for families beginning at 10 o'clock in the morning. Please join us. You'll learn more about the flora and fauna of the park and have other great activities with our park commissioners. We are also going to be bringing to our policy committee on Tuesday, the 26th, our code of conduct policy and our agenda format and rules policy. Each of the council members and the mayor have spoken very eloquently about our civility and respect and dignity values. And we want to make sure that our policies are strong in this regard. So we will be taking a fresh look and making sure that how we define civility is very clear so that way we can take necessary enforcement actions as needed. And then finally, we are recruiting for boards and commissions. Applications are due on December 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so with that, I just wanted to give a preview. We do have a larger number of attendees. And so what is happening next is what we call our consent item agenda. And so there are 6 items that are slated for approval unless it is pulled by a member of the council. And so after I ask them if they'd like to pull any item, I will then ask the public if they would like to provide any comments on what is on our consent. And so for any of those that would like to speak to for any of those that would like to speak on verbal communications, I ask that you wait and keep your hand raised at that time. Right now, I'm only going to take items for consent. And so council members, would anyone like to pull an agenda item? Councilmember Gatos?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 5, please.
Okay, so we are pulling item number 5. And council members, any others? Okay, and so now to the public, if you would like to make any public comments on agenda item 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6, now is the time to do so. You will have 3 minutes. And again, this is strictly on what is on our consent agenda. And so I see no hands raised. Thank you. And so I go back to a council. Vice Mayor Rennie?
I'll make a motion to approve items 1 through 4 and 6 on our agenda.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Badami?
I second the motion.
Okay, and so I will call the question. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
I also vote aye, and so our consent agenda, except for item number 5, has been approved. Item number 5, we will hear at the end of the hearing. For those that are following, we will focus on 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm actually going to move item number 11 up, but before I do that, I will move to verbal communications. This is an opportunity for those in the public who would like to speak to us on an item that is not on the agenda to do so. As with our policies, we take the first 30 minutes for verbal communications. This allows us to conduct the rest of our business. And then we will continue verbal communications at the end of our hearings to listen to any further public comment. So again, we are going to open it up for 30 minutes. Those that do not get called, you will have an opportunity to speak with us at the end of all of our public hearings. So you will be asked to mute yourself after 3 minutes. If you don't need to go up to 3 minutes, but again, this is your opportunity. And so I ask, okay, I will go ahead and start making calls. So if I can have Justin Jung of the Office of Representative Eshoo, if you can join us, welcome.
Hello, thank you, Mayor. My name is Justin. I'm a field representative with Congresswoman Eshoo, and I'm here to deliver a few of the Congresswoman's remarks on her behalf. To the Mayor and honorable members of the Los Gatos Town Council, in my many years of public service, I've carried with me a deep sense of pride in the communities I'm privileged to represent. Each has its own identity and characteristics, but they all have the common goal of living together within a larger society by caring deeply about each other and working closely toward a common purpose. Our city and town halls are where citizens and their elected leaders come together to shape their collective future through sometimes heated exchanges and expressions of many views. This is, as President Abraham Lincoln described in his 1863 Gettysburg Address, government of the people, by the people, for the people. And in this case, by the government that is closest to the people, local government. The recent occurrences at the Los Gatos Town Council meetings are deeply disturbing, not because dissent has been expressed, but because of its vicious nature and the manner in which it has been delivered. Hate speech is hurtful. It wounds individuals, and in our chambers of democracy, they take a toll on the entire community. As an elected official, I am accustomed to strong criticism, driven by my constituents' views and passions. It comes with the territory, and I am better for it. However, a broadside attack on my children would cross a line that should never be breached, and silence is not acceptable. It is complicity. We can't hear each other when there's shouting and hateful speech. We not only tear at each other, we tear at the very fabric of our community and society. The oxygen of democracy is consensus, and as citizens, each of us is called to protect and strengthen our 245-year experiment of advancing the common good. I stand with the mayor and all those who value civility. We can and must do better for our children, our community, and for the country we love. Sincerely, Anna G. Eshoo, Member of Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Our next speaker is Jack Veneta.
Good evening, Council. Jack Veneta, Los Gatos Community Alliance. Though we have occasionally been on opposite sides of an issue, we have never lost sight of what a tough job you have, even without having these small, marginalized groups who only have themselves for an audience. You can hear the noise, but no one's listening. In my 10 years of paying attention to the council, I have never witnessed such racist, wacko vitriol in all my life. These people are the vermin we will have to put up with until the citizens realize that it will take all of our collective spirit to get rid of them. It will be your strength, council, your resolve, and your convictions that will defeat people like this. Though our hearts and thoughts are with Council Member Sayak and her family, we also know that something like this may momentarily shake you. Stand tall, and we will stand beside you and behind you whenever you need us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Rania Mosen.
Good evening, Mayor Sayak, Vice Mayor Rennie, and council members. My name is Rania Mosen, and I'm here to read a submitted statement on behalf of Vice Mayor Chappie Jones with the City of San Jose and 18 other elected officials. On their behalf, we stand with Mayor Mariko Sayak for her leadership and strength in standing for values and principles we all support. We condemn the divisive language that was used and directed at Mayor Sayak's family at the Los Gatos Town Council meeting on October 5th. As a result, for the second time in 3 meetings, the Los Gatos Town Council had to remove the public from the council chambers because of this appalling and insensitive behavior. We as elected officials want to make clear that we respect the public's First Amendment rights. We also want to make clear and urge the public to please understand that behavior and language targeting families, especially minors, should never be tolerated. We know too well that part of our job is to take criticism. However, there is a fine line between taking criticism for our decisions and things we do and say in our elected capacity and taking criticism and comments that are directed at our family. That line has been crossed repeatedly at Los Gatos Town Council meetings. Additionally, as adults, we all should strive to lead by example by demonstrating what is acceptable behavior and being role models for minors who are watching and learning from us. Therefore, we ask everyone to join us in actively standing up against harmful statements and verbal attacks directed at minors, and let us no longer be passive bystanders. We call on community leaders, residents, and the media to hold those demonstrating this unacceptable behavior accountable. The undersigned include elected officials at the local and state level, representing jurisdictions in Santa Clara County and San Mateo County. Vice Mayor Chappie Jones, Mayor Nisa Fligor, Councilmember Allison Cormack, Assemblymember Elvin Lowe, Supervisor Cindy Chavez, Assemblymember Mark Berman, Senator Josh Becker, Councilmember Hung Wei, Councilmember Lisa Gautier, Supervisor Joe Simidian, Councilmember Jonathan Weinberg, Mayor Ellen Kamei, Councilmember Rebecca Armendariz, Vice Mayor George Tyson, Councilmember Emily Beach, Councilmember Regina Wallace-Jones, Councilmember Alicia Aguirre, Councilmember Mark Nogales, and Vice Mayor Paul Resnikoff. The position expressed in this statement doesn't represent an official position of the City of San Jose or other government agencies and represents the positions of the undersigned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Assemblymember Evan Lowe.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sayoc. My name is Evan Lowe, State Assembly member representing and working for the residents in the beautiful town of Los Gatos. Senator Dave Cortese and I sent a letter to the town manager dated October 14th, and I would like to read this letter in this public forum. Dear Town Manager, we write this letter to you as an official public inquiry into the disturbing number of attacks against the mayor of Los Gatos and her family at recent town council meetings. We saw the disturbing actions and comments made by public speakers, and we are concerned. This is just apparently the latest incident in the abhorrent behavior in past meetings. Bullying, harassment, and intimidation at public meetings are absolutely unacceptable on their own, but we are absolutely horrified to learn that the mayor, the only person of color on the town council, and her family have been targeted away from town property as well, even as we speak right now at this meeting. This is especially alarming in light of the spike in hate crimes targeting Asian Pacific Islanders during this pandemic. It is incumbent upon the Los Gatos Montesano Police Department to take meaningful steps in creating safe spaces for public and elected officials. Hate has no place in our community, and we must be vigilant in denouncing all racist and bigoted behavior. Based on video reports and anecdotal accounts our offices have also received, we are concerned that this behavior is escalating based on incidents going back to March of this year and even as I speak today. In addition to expressing these concerns to you, we are officially sending this letter to the offices of California Attorney General Rob Bonta and Santa Clara County District Attorney Jeff Rosen. We would appreciate if you could provide a response to all parties with the answers to the following questions. What is the town of Los Gatos policy on harassment of elected officials? Does this policy extend to family members of elected officials? Do you acknowledge that elected officials in Los Gatos have been subjected to bullying and harassment at public meetings during this pandemic? And if so, what actions have you and your staff taken to prevent the bullying and harassment of elected officials? We are going through a generational crisis, and our residents deserve bold leadership to keep residents and our public servants safe. We offer our services to support you as you take swift action in addressing the escalating tensions at the recent town council meetings, and again, even as we speak here tonight, right now. Mayor Sayoc, you are beautiful. We love you. Stay strong. And thank you very much for your dedication to our town of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Ann Ravel. Ann Ravel, I apologize.
Here we go. I had to unmute myself. Thank you. I've been a very long time resident of this beautiful town and have never seen anything like the shameful vitriol and disruption that has been unleashed in the town council meetings, which, in my opinion, having been in public service, is essentially undemocratic. Council members are elected officials, and you're not only being harassed, Your families are being purposely subjected to intimidation and threats. And these actions, no one has actually come out and said it clearly, are not protected rights under the First Amendment. As council meetings are held to discuss matters that pertain to town government, insults and threats, which are not substantive ideas, nor do they serve the public interest. So the town can impose reasonable restrictions to preserve the civility and decorum necessary to further the public's business. And I'm so pleased to see that that is something that will be considered by the council. And I'm also pleased to see that you are all unanimous in condemning what has occurred publicly in the last few council meetings. So thank you very much. And I really appreciate the work that the council has been doing. And I'm so sorry for what has occurred in this town. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Chris Kamali.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I've chosen to speak to the council today for two reasons. First, to make clear that the recent vocal opinions of some residents at prior meetings regarding the town's diversity and inclusion policies are not the majority opinion of this town and are in fact a tragic misrepresentation of the people of Los Gatos. As I believe other speakers tonight intend to focus on this point, I will instead reserve my remarks to my second reason, to request that the council act firmly and strictly against bad actors who behave in violations of the municipal code regarding disruptive behavior during meetings, as this behavior limits the participation of other residents and inhibits the council's ability to do its job. Section 2.20.02 of the municipal code governing the rules of conduct during town council meetings provides in part that in the event that any meeting of the town council is willfully interrupted by a person or group of persons so as to render the orderly conduct of the meeting impossible, the chair may order the removal of the person or persons responsible for the disruption and bar them from further attendance at council meeting. The code further provides examples of willful interruption: persisting in addressing a subject or subjects that are not before the council, repetitiously addressing the same subject, or from the audience, interrupting or attempting to interrupt, shouting, displays of clapping, stamping, loud talking, hissing, and booing. Sadly, we have all borne witness to this exact behavior on multiple occasions during recent council meetings. The code, the municipal code that governs Los Gatos, further states that the town council may establish rules for conduct of its proceedings by resolution, and that any person who violates any of these provisions shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. In the case of White versus the City of Norwalk, the seminal case in the law on this matter, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled constitutional a city ordinance which provided that a speaker shall not make personal, impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks to any member of the council, staff, or general public. And any person who makes such remarks or utters loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language or engages in any other disorderly conduct which disrupts or disturbs or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the council meetings may be removed. The fact that the conduct of certain speakers has resulted in a need to call a recess at the meeting, to clear the room, and to resume council meetings only by Zoom has undeniably disrupted the council and interfered with the rights of other speakers. I am a firm believer in the First Amendment right of every speaker, but in the context of a limited public forum, such as a council meeting, the council may and should limit those rights in the interest of moving forward with the business of the town. I believe we are at a precipice of a slippery slope. If this behavior continues unchecked, we will be left to limit our public access to this forum indefinitely, or leave the town open to a more dangerous situation.
Molly, I will have to cut you off, but I appreciate your comments tonight. Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Moore.
Hello, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Rob Moore and I'm a resident of Los Gatos. I'm here tonight representing a wide range of groups and interests in the town of Los Gatos. When this meeting was initially going to be in person, I, along with other members of our community, reached out to our networks to gather people to speak in support of the town council. In just a day, we had gathered dozens of Los Gatans to sign up to attend this meeting, to make signs, to speak at public comment. Unfortunately and understandably, the hate displayed at the last meeting made in-person attendance no longer feasible. Regardless, we are here tonight virtually. I hope that you can see all the community members in attendance on your screens. There are folks here tonight from the Chamber of Commerce, Plant-Based Advocates, Democracy Tent, TWW, Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, and more. Together, we represent a broad range of hundreds of people in town that stand for common decency and mutual respect. Those of us here tonight do not necessarily agree on everything. We don't all agree about what should be in the general plan or who should be the President of the United States. What we do agree on, however, is that hate does not belong in our town. We agree that when we have grievances, we should communicate them in a civil way. Perhaps above all, we agree that bringing elected officials' families into this conversation is shameful and inappropriate. We decided to come together to support our mayor and town council because we believe in institutions and frameworks that are greater than any one cause: democracy, civility, basic human morals like kindness and respect. I have and will continue to come and speak here and call for civility and kindness. I will continue to do that because the conduct displayed by certain people in this town is making those goals feel less and less feasible. I understand that the folks coming to these meetings have real grievances with the way the town is doing business. If I thought there were legitimate policy discussions to be had regarding the sentiments brought up by these speakers here over the past month, I would be happy to sit down for coffee and discuss such things. What I'm not happy to do, though, is humor racist, homophobic attacks and the blatant harassment of our elected officials. In closing, I want to call on all of you listening from home tonight who are disgusted by the hate displayed at these meetings to get involved. The mayor and town council are doing what they can and they need our support. You can get involved with one of the groups here tonight, show up at these meetings in the future, or apply to be on a town board or commission. You can also join me in advocating for rules and guidelines to be put in place that require comments to remain civil and directed at our elected officials. It is evident that we as a town need to do more to ensure that this sort of uncivil behavior does not continue in the future. We need as many people as possible engaged to guide our town in the direction of progress. We must be vigilant to protect our democracy. A small minority of people in our town are speaking more loudly and acting more radically than others, but that does not mean they represent the people of Los Gatos. Help show our town council that Los Gatos stands for love and progress instead of hate.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kirsty Morell.
Hi, thank you, Town Council members and Mayor, for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Kirsty Morell. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for 9 years, and I've had 2 children graduate from LGHS. And I wanted to speak tonight just to give my support to the council and to the mayor, and also to the town's JEDI effort. And I did also want to offer some thoughts on the Los Gatos General Plan 2040. First, thank you so much for your work on the council. I have been appalled by the attacks on the council and in particular on Mayor Sayoc. And I cannot believe that it's happening. And I really thank you very much for moving this meeting to virtual and for taking steps to change policies so that this can be handled in the future. I want to make it clear that as a resident of Los Gatos, the council and the town have my full support and confidence. Thank you also for your attention to the issues of justice, diversity, inclusion, and equity. The commentary at recent meetings has made it clear how necessary that attention is. In the time that I've lived here, there have been a few times that the town has received negative media attention for racist incidents, typically associated with the high school. And the town's JEDI program may not fix this issue, but it seems like a step in the right direction to me. I have a selfish reason to be in favor of inclusivity and diversity personally. I've moved often, both as a child and as an adult, and I feel like a perpetual newcomer everywhere I go. It's my hope that a more inclusive community will lead to greater acceptance of all types of differences, including that of just being from somewhere else. Just as changes were made to comply with ADA and have had broader benefit, I think that the types of changes that could come from JEDI may have benefits to the whole of our community. Regarding the general plan, I've heard a lot about the housing component of the plan, and personally, I am not focused on a number. We all know that more housing is needed, and I commend the town for taking steps to acknowledge that. What I care about is whether the people who move to this community will feel that they are a part of it. And I'm more interested in how new housing will reflect and expand the things which we value in Los Gatos. For me, one of the things that I value is that the town is walkable and bike friendly. I know I'm not alone in this. It's obvious to anyone who spends time here. Lots of kids walk and ride their bikes to school. It's good for the kids and it's good for the community as a whole. So I'm very glad that the plan communicates how important that is. And I hope that it continues to have a commitment to pedestrian and bike traffic and in the ability to get places without a car. I would like to see additional pedestrian and bike connections between neighborhoods, not necessarily along the road, in order to shorten the paths that people can take to schools, retail, and parks. Thank you very much for your time and your attention tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy.
Hi, my name is Amy Nishide. I'm a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. Our coalition has spent the last year and a few months advocating for anti-racist policies in our town. You may or may not agree with our advocacy, and that's okay. That's how democracy works. As a people, we have varying thoughts on how and what should be done in governance and policies, and we debate and then we reach compromise. Usually the compromise involves concessions for the opposing sides. Then we take a vote and the majority of votes makes the decision. That's the nature of our democracy. Our coalition hasn't won everything we've advocated for. However, we continue showing up at these town council meetings and advocating for what we believe in. There seems to be a small and very vocal group of people, many of whom maybe don't even live in Los Gatos, who have different beliefs and values, which is fine. However, they purposefully use personal attacks and name calling, especially towards our mayor and her family, in order to create chaos, rather than present facts and data to support their advocacy. I urge all the citizens here to focus on the facts and the data rather than these purposeful shock-based outbursts. Our systems of governance allow for all voices to be heard rationally, including minority voices, and our voting procedures allow for majority rule. I'd like to personally thank the town council and staff for their dedication and hard work to making Los Gatos a better place to live for all of us. The council has supported local businesses strongly throughout the pandemic and approved police department requests, supplies, automobiles, and etc., and voted to prioritize equity. It upsets and greatly saddens me that the dedicated council and staff members are being subjected to personal attacks and threats online, in chambers, and at their homes. Thank you. And thank you to the council and especially Mayor Sayak for her service to our community.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ali Miano.
Thank you very much. First, I want to commend the town council, staff members, and especially Mayor Sayak for their tremendous professionalism, composure, and dedication to our town in unimaginably challenging times. I'm sure most Los Gatos residents, if not all, agree that your commitment to this town is unquestionable. And for that, my fellow members of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition and I are forever grateful. Thank you. We are determined to speak out against racism, hate speech, and bigotry in all its forms, and to advocate for an ever more just and democratic society, starting right here at home in Los Gatos. So to that end, I'd like to speak regarding the town general plan. I almost feel silly bringing this up if it means that there are people outside of the mayor's home shouting as we speak, as you could hear when she had her mic off mute before. I really hope that the police that, yes, we have all disagreed about are giving the mayor and all the town council members the protection that they deserve. But I'll get back to my script here. So to that end, I'd like to speak regarding the town general plan in support of both affordable housing and increase public transportation, including an extension of the VTA light rail to Vasona Station and bus lines now to from Los Gatos to the Santa Clara Valley to Santa Cruz. Affordable housing would enable people who work here to live here, like the police dispatchers you'd like to hire, or the estheticians, or the wait staff, the gardeners, those who care for the elderly, and the teachers like me, a dying breed in this town. And when people who work here can live here, they're fully invested in the community, and the community is fully invested in them, understanding that diversity makes us stronger together. Indeed, a recent UC Berkeley study identified the 10 most gentrified neighborhoods in the Bay Area. 8 of them were in Marin County, and the other 2 were in Los Gatos, this according to the Mercury News recently. That means we have a lot of work to do. When people who live here, or when people who work here can live here, they don't have to drive long distances, so they can get to work. And this funnel called the Bay Area is less likely to trap its pollution right here in Los Gatos. I'll skip over some things since I'm running out of time, but I urge the council to fully support the general plan's guidance to promote diversity and to increase affordable housing. But also I request that you insert more language in the plan in support of tangible, specific measures to greatly expand public transportation. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Kylie Clark.
Hello, Council. Thank you so much to each of you for being here and for all that you do. My name is Kylie Clark, and I'm a Los Gatos resident. I'm speaking today to convey a very clear message, and one that I thought we had all agreed upon. Hate is not welcome here. We will disagree. That's the nature of politics, and I do think that's something that each of you signed up for. What you didn't sign up for is personal attacks, harassment, and pure cruelty. That isn't something I think anyone should be subjected to. And I want to say that I don't stand for that, and most of the town doesn't. I want to emphasize that. The loudest voices are not the majority. Most of the town elected you. We believe in you. And even when we disagree, we will do so in a cordial manner. This is a really scary time. Sometimes it feels like all hope is lost. But I want to say that I believe in our town and our ability to come together against hate. I want to encourage everyone to keep showing up because the council deserves better and our town deserves better. It is up to the residents to support the council as they work to make our town a better place. Mayor Sayoc, I want to thank you in particular for continuing to serve. I've talked to so many others who are also incredibly supportive of you and really, really grateful for all that you do. I say again, hate is not welcome here. We support you and stand behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next and last speaker, because we will reach 30 minutes, is Jeff Suzuki. I do see several hands raised. As I mentioned, we do want to make sure that we do hear your comments tonight. And so at the end of all of our scheduled hearings, we will reopen verbal communications and we will continue to listen and we will continue to respect the comments that you've provided. Next speaker, Jeff Suzuki.
Good evening. First, I'd like to say that I'm speaking as a member of the public, not as a planning commissioner. I say this sincerely. I very much hope that you are all well because I can feel what you're feeling. I grew up here. I moved here when I was 10 years old, and after all of my years in this community, I'm not shocked or surprised, but I'm still disappointed. Every negative stereotype that Los Gatos is coming out in full force, the sense of entitlement, NIMBYism, victim blaming, the racism and classism. And I know that you can all feel it. And according to some, you are instruments of the Democratic Party, tyrants who want nothing more than to turn small town Los Gatos into a slum, snowflake communists who want to inculcate critical race theory into our children. You are this and that and everything in between. And after trying to convey that you are not in favor of organ harvesting, your stomach drops because you'll have another meeting where you'll have to listen to people who don't have any interest in listening to you. And that's a very difficult position to be in, particularly to our mayor, Rico, the only person of color on the town council. It hurts to see you and your family be targeted like this. And the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition stands with you. Our members have taken heat. We've been followed, had our pictures taken and posted on social media, yelled at for being Japanese at the supermarket, told that we bombed your ass in World War II. I see this not because I want to make this town feel ever more bleak, but to say that we understand that this burden is a heavy one, and we stand with you. Now, I wanted to take a moment to focus on current divisiveness, since some folks tend to make the argument that we're so polarized and then point at people at the other side of the aisle for being the instigators rather than looking in the mirror. That there is all this division and that it's your fault that there's all this division because you don't conform to our standards. And if only you gave up and left everything the way it is, we wouldn't be so divided. But we must remember our history. This area was settled as a product of the genocide of the native Ohlone people. This town was likely a sundown town. This town had lynchings. This town had white-only covenants up until the Fair Housing Act of 1968. And one housing crisis later, Los Gatos is one of the most socioeconomically exclusive towns in the world, which generates this sort of rhetoric. There is a giant white picket fence around our town. And our rhetoric reflects that even before the past few months. So what will you do, members of the town council, to influence the course of our history? I hope that you continue acting boldly and do everything in your power to make this town truly inclusive. And to make this town inclusive, we must make it more affordable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I am going to close verbal communications temporarily. We will go through our scheduled public hearings, and then again at the end of the evening, we will reopen and we will listen as attentively as we have up to now. Vice Mayor Rennie?
Yeah, I'd just like to let the town manager know that the crowd from Mariko's house is now out in front of mine, shouting and yelling. I'm hoping the police is following that. Thank you.
And council members, please, if you need to, I know we encourage not to text, but please text the town manager and interim chief Tada, should you detect anything. We want to make sure that everyone is safe tonight. Okay, so on that note, I will ask that we move agenda item 11 to the next item. It is our emergency ordinance, and I turn to both Town Attorney Schultz and Town Manager Pravetti to, for the staff report.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. The item before you is for consideration of amendment to our town code prohibiting targeting picketing within 300 feet of a residence of a particular person. So for the people that happen to be outside of the mayor's home or outside of Vice Mayor Holmes Rennie, I have told the police officers to cite those people for being in violation of our town code, which is a misdemeanor, and they have the ability to cite anyone who is picketing anyone within a particular residence. This amendment, though, will strengthen it even more. Picketing activity that is targeted at a particular residence may harass and intimidate such occupants, is inherently and unreasonably offensive to an intrusion upon the right of privacy in a home, and may cause the occupants of such home to experience great emotional distress. Such unwelcomed and targeted picketing activity creates a captive audience situation because the occupants of a residence or household cannot readily move to another residence or household in order to avoid the unwelcoming picketing activity being directed at them. This ordinance is narrowly tailored to protect the safety and tranquility of residents while leaving open, ample alternative channels of communication. The ordinance is content neutral and merely restricts the time, place, and manner of picketing. Adoption of this ordinance will protect residents from being individually targeted while not prohibiting other lawful demonstrations. Ordinance is similar to the one that is currently in our town code, and these amendments have withstood legal challenges, and requesting adoption of this ordinance to provide even more protection to picketing that occurs at a particular residence. It will require 4/5 of a vote to strengthen the ordinance. And with that, I'm open for any questions that you may have.
Okay, council members, any questions of our town attorney? Okay, I now will turn to our public for those who would like to speak on this particular item. Again, this is item 11, which is the ordinance that our town attorney has just described. Scott Kapliner?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Oh, yes?
I believe these are still people who had their hand raised for verbal communications.
Okay, and so for those, again, those that have raised your hand, what I'm doing now is I'm taking comments specific to the ordinance that is under review. So if you'd like to speak to that, keep your hand raised. Otherwise, I ask if you can lower it. Our next speaker on this item is Lindley Hogan.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. I want you to know that I come in peace and love, and I hope that we can all feel very safe in our homes. I know that I've experienced 18 years of harassment by my next door neighbor, and I've called the town many times and nothing was ever done about it. And so I'm just concerned that people are making threats, violent threats, and nothing is being done. And I'm curious to know how it is that someone could threaten someone as they did last meeting with.
Mayor, I've muted the speaker since it's not regarding the item that we're currently speaking about, which is the picketing ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, Wigsy Syverson. Wigsy, you are permitted to speak. You need to unmute yourself.
And the item to speak about would be the picketing ordinance.
I'm also a techno peasant, so I have a little trouble here.
Oh, no worries. I believe you just, there you go.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Again, I want to thank you all for the work that you do. I know it's hard work. I have lived in this town for over 70 years. And what I said earlier is my experience with the police in this town is they were forever calling my father and telling him I was going through town too fast. And I get home and there he was waiting for me. But I want to say that I am a lifelong lesbian and I have done gay and lesbian politics in this valley.
Ms. Iverson, I do want to, as we do with all others, this is specific to the picketing ordinance. I just want to remind you that.
Okay, I don't want to talk about the picketing ordinance. Well,
what we'll do then is we'll reserve your time for verbal communications at the end. And so if you could hang on tight, we'll allow that comment later. And our next speaker, again, a reminder, this is specific to our picketing ordinance agenda item number 11, Amy.
I'd like to say I support it. I am a big believer in First Amendment rights, but not when it comes to, not when I'm a big believer in First Amendment rights, but not when it comes to harassing an elected official's family, especially when there's a minor involved. So yeah, I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Angelica Ramos Allen.
Thank you, Mayor Syock and Town Council. My name is Angelica Ramos Allen. I'm the president of the National Women's Political Caucus Silicon Valley chapter. We called in earlier to participate with public comment, but because this part is very relevant to something that we have been lobbying for, I am here in support of this ordinance. Los Gatos would not be the first or only town council or city to enact an ordinance in response to the increasing violent behavior against particularly women elected officials. And so we support any and all safety measures for our elected officials. And again, we'll talk more about that when we speak later at public comment. So thank you so much for presenting this ordinance, and we hope that you will vote unanimously to support it.
Thank you. Any further, would anyone else like to speak on this item? Again, this is our picketing ordinance, item number 11. I see no hands raised. Council members, any questions? If not, a comment and a motion. Council member Risto.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I would like to move to approve this emergency ordinance. Living near downtown, it's one thing for a group of people to hold a protest, maybe in the plaza or at a park and on public land where people can walk away from it if they don't care to be subjected to those points of view or to engage if they like. But I know that nobody should ever be terrorized in their own home. Nobody's personal sense of safety and privacy should be invaded, and no one's family should be subjected to that. So for all those reasons, I support this ordinance.
Okay. And Councilmember Badami, would you like to second the motion?
Yes, I'll second the motion with the comment that people do have the right to demonstrate peacefully. But people also have a right to expect peace at their own private residence, their personal sanctuary. So I just want to emphasize that adopting this ordinance will not prohibit lawful demonstrations. So with that, I will second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do any other council members have questions and or comments before I call the question? Seeing none, Councilmember Hudas?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rennie?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Thank you very much. It passes unanimously. And do we need to do a first reading by title only?
Yes, we do. An interim emergency ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos amending section 18.50.100 of the Town Code to prohibit targeted residential picketing.
Thank you very much. We now move to item number 7 under other business, which is staff recommendations for the Shannon Road pedestrian and bikeway improvements. And we welcome staff for their staff report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Woo-Jae Kim, Town Engineer, here to present on the Shannon Road pedestrian and bikeway improvements. I believe we have a presentation, so that could be brought up. Great. Thank you. We'll go to the next slide. Shannon Road between Los Gatos Boulevard and Cherry Blossom Lane is classified as a neighborhood collector and a popular route for students to walk and bike to schools. The main goal of this project is to provide a safe and secure pedestrian and bicycle corridor within the project limits. This segment of Shannon is prioritized in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan to receive a Class 1 multi-use path, which is a dedicated multi-directional pathway shared by pedestrians and bicyclists. The town secured a federal grant to partially fund the project. Staff is also anticipating additional grant funds to be approved by next month. The total project budget is around 1.3 million, which includes grants and local funds. Due to high costs of construction, additional funding will be required to complete the project, and staff will go over the recommended funding strategy later in the presentation. The initial plan for the project area looked at a 10-foot wide Class 1 multi-use path on the north side of Shannon Road. Upon further evaluation, staff determined that Class 1 path would not be a feasible option due to costly and extensive utility undergrounding needed. It is also not an ideal option because of safety concerns at each driveway locations, ingress, egress points, and street intersections along Shannon Road where there can be potential conflicts. Next slide, please. In coordination with the town staff, the design consultant Active Ways Engineering initially prepared 2 preliminary design concepts. Design concept 1 is based on a conventional sidewalk with Class 2 bike lanes on both sides of Shannon Road. Class 2 bike lanes are common bicycle facilities delineated mainly by striping and signages. For this concept, on-street parking can be accommodated along the south side of Shannon Road, but the on-street parking on the north side would need to be removed. Currently, on-street parking on both sides of Shannon is restricted between 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays. Next slide, please. Here are the cross sections of Shannon Road looking eastward. At the top, we have the cross section near Los Gatos Boulevard, where Shannon Road fronts commercial properties. Here, most existing conditions shall remain the same, with some striping improvements for bike lanes. On-street parking is not allowed near the commercial frontages near Los Gatos Boulevard. The lower cross-section is where the residential area begins west of Magnuson Loop and where the public right-of-way width narrows to 55 feet versus 60 feet. New conventional sidewalks will be installed where there are sidewalk gaps with 6-foot wide Class 2 bikeways on both sides. Next slide. As we go further east, conventional 5-foot wide sidewalks with Class 2 bike lanes will be installed with planter strips where possible. Concept 1 would allow on-street parking only along the south side of Shannon. Next slide, please. Design concept 2 includes street grade sidewalks with protected Class 4 bikeways. And Class 4 bikeways are when there are physical separators or barriers between bike and vehicle lanes. In this case, the separations are by installation of raised concrete curbs and median islands. On-street parking can be provided on the north side of Shannon Road between Magnuson Loop and Cherry Blossom Lane. Next slide, please. The street grade sidewalks are designed to be around 7 feet wide. As we move towards Magnuson Loop and the residential area, Class 4 bike lanes can be installed on both sides of Shannon. Next slide, please. East of Magnuson Loop, the Class 4 bike lanes are continued to Cherry Blossom Lane, and on-street parking is accommodated only on the north side. Next slide, please. These two preliminary design concepts were presented to the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission on August 12th. The commissioners voted to support design concept 2 due to the protected feature of Class 4 bikeways. However, staff had to later explain that concept 2 may not be feasible due to its high construction estimate of 2.9 million, which is well over the current project budget of 1.3 million. For the first community meeting, staff mailed out over 530 postcards, posted social media and town web page notifications, distributed door hangers, and provided meeting information at back-to-school events. At the first community meeting on August 25th, 2 design concepts were presented, and they were generally well received by the attendees. A few of the key comments received included focusing the design more on the safety of children walking and biking on Shannon Road, and that the on-street parking is not a priority on Shannon. One of the attendees asked whether children biking on Class 2 bike lanes directly next to vehicles, as in concept 1, would be considered safe. Staff responded by stating that Class 2 bikeway is a standard transportation design feature widely implemented safely throughout the town. Few attendees also questioned regarding the private improvements in the public right-of-way and how that would need to be removed or relocated before implementation can start. Staff explained that the project team will work with each property owner that may be impacted and seek their cooperation and assistance in removing or relocating private improvements on the public right-of-way. Next slide, please. Based on the comments and feedback received at the first community meeting, the project team developed a third design concept with conventional sidewalks and Class 4 bike lanes using green bollards, which would provide a more secure space for children to bike and walk. However, this option would drastically restrict the majority of the on-street parking on Shannon Road. Class 4 bike lanes with green bollards had been installed on Blossom Hill Road west of Los Gatos Boulevard, and the town is also in the process of installing them on Winchester Boulevard. Next slide, please. Similar to design concept 1, no significant changes are expected near the commercial frontages. In the residential area west of Magnuson Loop, class 4 bike lanes with green bollards will be installed, and sidewalks on the north side will be made wider when possible. On-street parking would not be available here. Next slide. Between Magnuson Loop and Inglewood Avenue, class 4 bikeways with green bollards would continue mainly on the north side. And on the south side, approximately 5 on-street parking spaces will be provided. East of Inglewood, on-street parking will be restricted again with class 4 bike lanes on both sides. Next slide. Here's a table comparing the 3 different concept designs. The important factors to consider here are that the different bikeway types being proposed, the number of existing trees that may need to be removed, and how parking will be impacted with these different options. Also, construction estimates are shown here for all options. As you can see, construction estimates for concepts 1 and 3 are fairly comparable. Next slide, please. For some clarity on the comparison of class 2 and class 4 bikeways, here's a study from a transportation research center that may shed some light. This study shows that only about 24% of novice bicyclists, referred to as the interested but concerned riders here, would feel comfortable riding on a class 2 bikeway with just striping delineation, compared to 48% that would feel comfortable when a physical separator is introduced, like plastic bollards for class 4 bikeways. In addition to a physical barrier being incorporated, there would be an increase. With the physical barrier being incorporated, there would be an increased sense of comfort for young bicyclists to use class 4 bike lanes. Next slide, please. The concept 3 was presented to CSTC on September 9th. The commissioners supported class 4 bikeway design and supported staff to present the option to the community. After another round of extensive notifications, design concept 3 was presented to the Shannon Road neighborhood on September 29th. At the second meeting, staff received different types of comments from the attendees compared to the first one. Attendees expressed that on-street parking is very important to them and that Shannon and neighbors wanted to keep the rural look and the neighborhood feel of Shannon Road. Towards the end of the meeting, a quick poll was taken regarding the preferred design option. Design concept 3 received the most votes, but only by a very slight margin over concept 1. Next slide, please. Staff took the Shannon Road item again to CSTC on October 14th, while the council staff report for this agenda item was being finalized. CSTC was provided a summary of the second community meeting. Few community members also attended to express their opposition of the green bollards proposed in the design concept 3. Although few commissioners sympathized with the public comments, CSTC still voted unanimously to recommend design concept 3 with class 4 bikeways and green bollards for council's approval. Numerous public comments were received for the Shannon Road agenda item for the council's consideration. They were included as addendum and desk item attachments. Many wrote to express their objection to the green bollards proposed in design concept 3, which they believe would impact the neighborhood look or aesthetics of Shannon Road. Few did express that they would support concept 3 without the green bollards. Next slide. Again, the current budget for the project is around 1.3 million. As shown in this cost table, the total project cost is estimated at about 2.25 million using concept 3 construction estimate. Additional approximately 1 million funding would still be needed to complete the project. Next slide. As an option to fill the project funding gap, staff is requesting council to approve the proposed funding strategy shown here to pull funds from the existing CIP projects listed here under potential additional funding column to pay work components on Shannon Road that aligns with the scope in each of the project. For example, funds from the annual storm drain project could be allocated later to pay for the storm drainage component of the Shannon Road project. Staff will return to council with a more defined cost estimate through the final design process and request authorization at that time to allocate the necessary funding as recommended here in the funding strategy. Staff is asking council to approve the recommended funding strategy to allow staff to move forward with the final design of the approved concept tonight. Next slide. Once the design concept and the proposed funding strategy is approved by council, staff will move forward with the completion of the final design anticipated to be completed by early 2022. At that time, staff will return to council in spring of 2022 for the final design approval and the request for authorization for funding allocations as needed. Next slide, please. Staff will continue to work with the residents of Shannon Road to finalize the design and post updates on the project website. Community members interested in the project should sign up for the Notify Me service on the Connect Los Gatos website. Next slide. I'll end my presentation with the slide listing items for council's consideration tonight and the recommendation in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and the project team and I are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. You do have several questions from council members. First, Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Hudas had his hand up first, if you want to be fair.
Councilmember Hudas, do you have your hands up? Usually Zoom indicates it in the order that it was received.
Yeah, I clicked on the button, but let me defer to the Vice Mayor, and then I may or may not have a question after that.
Okay, sure. Just didn't want to cut in line there. So I'm trying to understand on option number 2, you've written it off because it seems to be a lot more expensive, almost $1 million extra, was it?
Yes, that is correct.
And even if we went with option number 3, we're still almost $1 million short, 960,000 we have to pull from somewhere else. So it would be almost $2 million short if we went back to class 2.
If we went with the concept 2, yes, that is correct.
Sorry, yeah, not class, concept 2. And so I'm trying to understand, why is concept 2 so much more expensive? Are we just pouring a few dividers that costs $1 million to pour a few dividers, or is there something else in the difference that I'm not understanding?
The concept 2, there's a lot more grading and excavation involved for the installation of the street grade sidewalk, which is different from our conventional 6-inch raised sidewalk. So there would need to be more excavation and grading needed. And in addition to that, the physical separator between the bike lane and the vehicle lane is a concrete curb or a raised median island, which will be on both sides wherever we would have the class 4 bikeways. That and also the additional grading needed on the street itself, the additional asphalt work needed. So combination of all that will bring the cost up significantly.
And so if I could follow up, Mayor, so we're going to have 35 people tell us that green bollards don't match the look and feel of the neighborhood. Is there some way to go with option number 3 using a different divider than the green bollard, so there isn't any extra grading, but it fits the neighborhood better?
I think as few of the public members have stated, they would support the concept 3 without the bollards, which is actually an option by itself as well. Then the bikeway will be considered a buffered class 2, so there wouldn't be a physical delineator or separator, but it would be just by striping that creates a little bit of a buffer space. And that is also a common a bike facility design that we could incorporate. The other thing to consider here, Vice Mayor, is that concept 3 would remove significant amounts of parking on Shannon. And so taking that into consideration, concept 3 without green bollards could be considered. And also other types of delineators or separators can be considered.
That would be other delineators, that the price would be about the same, and they may look more like street.
There are ones that could be anchored or glued on the ground, more towards the pavement, the lower profile ones. There are options like that. And also there are ones that these bowlers that are not as bulky looking, could be a thinner profile, a thinner bollard of different colors. So there is a myriad of options that the staff could work out with the residents if needed to be.
Okay, thank you. I'll let others ask some questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis, did you have a question remaining?
I still did, yes.
Okay.
On one slide, the cost for item 3 was 1.9 million, and another it was 2.4, I think, or 2.2 million, 2.24 million. What's the price?
Yes, council member. The construction estimate for concept 3 is 1.9 million. The overall cost for the project, including design, project delivery, and some staff cost, all that factored in is the total of 2.25 million that you may have seen in one of the slides.
Okay, thank you. And then with regard to the alternative that actually was discussed in the meeting on October 14 by at least one of the commissioners to do option 3, but not to have the bollards as part of that. And I believe that you said that that was a feasible option. Would the cost decrease for option 3 if there were no bollards and we went with a different type of separation?
If we remove the bollards, there will be a slight decrease in the cost. If we need to consider other separators or barriers, that may depend on what we end up selecting or agreeing with the community members.
Okay, and one last question. If we went with option 3 with no bollards, could other separators or bollards be added at a later time?
We could make sure that that could be accommodated. We could factor that into the design as needed. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Councilmember Rista.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim. The question I have is, one of the problems that happens in bike lanes a lot of times is recycling and garbage bins get put into the bike lanes. And one of the concerns I have is that for the type 2 bike lanes, those typically are littered with recycling bins. I don't know if staff looked at how that can be accommodated, or, it looks like with a buffered bike lane or with the bollards, there would be space then in that buffering space to put the recycling bins. So working with the residents and, adjusting behavior, there's a place to put the recycling bins that would not be in the bike lane. And with option 2, which is financially unfeasible, if you have that curb there, you really can't do that. So part of me is thinking that we can handle our weekly issue with recycling bins best with option 3. Can you address that or explain to me if I'm missing something?
Yes, you are correct. With the concept 1, there's always the issue of the waste pickup and the recycle pickup, which is often placed right on the curb, and there would still be some width with the class 2 that we're proposing here, that the bicyclists could go around. But if there are a group, massive amounts of bicyclists coming down, that they may need to share the bikeway in such an instance. So in that case, you are correct. So having a buffer class 2 type, which would be concept 3 without the green bollards, would definitely help in that type of situation. But some of those details would need to be worked out with the waste collection company, and details figured out during the final design process.
Thank you.
Any further comments? I guess questions. Okay, seeing none, I am going to open public testimony. This is an opportunity for those in the public who would like to speak on this item. Again, this is specific to our Shannon Road pedestrian and bikeway improvements. As with our other public sessions, you'll have 3 minutes to provide your comments. And I will first call Tim King.
Hello, Town Council. Thank you very much for letting me speak on the issue. I'm one of the 35 people that the Vice Mayor said would say, we don't like the green bollards. So I'm glad to be first. Last year when we were in these kind of meetings about the speed bumps, one of the things that the police officer in charge of the conversation mentioned was that Shannon Road is statistically safer than comparable roads in the area. So I just want to, I live on Shannon Road. I want a place to park. So I just want to urge that, well, are we really having a problem with safety? Are children really at risk? Well, I just don't know why we're doing this. This is again, the first I heard of it was just a few days ago. So I just want to urge that we do this with as little disruption as possible if we're going to do something different than what we have, which is, as I said, as the police officer said, statistically safer than another road just like it. Okay, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sherry Binkley.
Mayor, it looks like she lowered her hand. Do you want to go to the next speaker?
Okay. And Sherry, if you do I see your hand raised again. So Sherry, if you'd like to speak.
Sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. We live on Shannon Road, and this is such an important issue to us. We have 2 small children that walk to Blossom Hill Road. My husband works at Good Samaritan Hospital and rides his bike there every single day. We, however, are really opposed to the third concept. We really dislike the way that the bollards appear. I think that it will discourage people from wanting to be on the road because it's not pleasant to be in an area that looks more commercial and not a green area. We also oppose it because there's not much greenscaping being done. There's not planting strip. There's no area for people to put in front of their fences. It's literally 60 feet width of cement. It's not something that people are going to want to be around or be near in order to encourage the biking and walking. In fact, my husband intentionally avoids all those areas of Blossom Hill right now where the bollards currently exist. And we'd like to point out that some of those bollards are already knocked down and look crummy They're not straight anymore, and they've only been up for a short period of time. I'd also like to bring up that we would be the first residential area with having bollards in front of our homes, and not having any parking in front of homes or a place where people can pull over and get their deliveries and have things done to their homes would really impact the street. People would be, in that lane for extended period of time. It would also make getting in and out of driveways more difficult because we'd have more cars in the driveways. I don't think that would add to safety. I think it would detract from it and also make the traffic more difficult. So in summary, I respectfully really urge everyone to really go back to planning and ask that we work closer with neighbors and listen to what we're saying. We kept being told that these are not the final designs, but we'd like to be worked with more closely, have our thoughts heard about this. If you have to do something, we urge you to go with concept one, but even that seems like a lot of cement and not much greenery and a really big impact on people's homes in the front of it, where they have trees and landscaping and things done that make the neighborhood look beautiful. We do encourage the town to get sidewalks. We encourage biking and walking, and we do think that something is necessary. I think these concepts go too far, especially number 3. Thank you so much.
And Ms. Binkley, it looks like you have a question, so if you could stay on the line. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. Since you've expressed an opinion on option 3, I was wondering, number 1, were you aware of the possibility of option 3 with no bollards? And do you have an opinion about that?
Yes, I'm still opposed to 3 because of the impact of no parking. I think that that's going to be really difficult for, again, deliveries. I think people are going to be parked in the middle of the road. And I still think having 60 feet of pavement without any green, like even one has at least a little bit of area where there's something green going on. Like it's just looks like a commercial cement area. It's like a parking lot of cement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Risto.
Thank you. I have a quick question for the speaker. So right now, there is no parking or stopping allowed at all between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. on both sides of Shannon. So I'm guessing that right now delivery vehicles are going around the corner to do deliveries. So I'm just curious what would be different.
Right now, there's actually the area that's the side area that people can park on. And then a lot of people have graded areas that are into their lot, which is in this right of way that would be used up where vehicles do park and pull over.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker is Andy Horwitz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So thank you very much for listening. Greatly appreciate it. Next slide. As a father of 2 students who walk and ride to school every day, I urge you not to approve proposal 3 and send back for further review options and input from the residents who are now aware of what's going on. And I strongly recommend you use current space. I'm a big believer that pictures help tell the story. And so I greatly appreciate using the slides. Number 1, you can see there's already plenty of space on both sides. Here, this was just taken Monday morning of kids walking to school. And you can see how much space is already there. And you can see it's a residential street. Next slide, please. These are other areas around town. 4-foot bike lanes are generally the standard, maybe 5 feet. And these are much higher traffic, higher speed areas of Los Gatos Boulevard, Blossom Hill, Los Gatos, Alden. Shannon Road is not a high speed street, and adding speed bumps, that will actually have the largest impact on actually increased safety, not more space, and definitely not bollards. Next slide. It's a residential place. Please don't take it. It's important. This is where people do walk their dogs and feel comfortable. It's a residential street. Please keep it that way. Next. As you can see, this is just the picture. This is what a 4-foot bike line looks like in person. A biker, you can see the distance. They're pretty far away. Again, it's just one piece, but speed bumps, again, will be the biggest improvement to reduce speed of cars and really increase child safety. Next slide. Delivery trucks, this is what they do, and this happens all day long. They do sometimes park where the existing traffic is, but again, this would all go away with, especially with the bollards. And Amazon trucks and UPS are not going to park around the corner. They're going to park in the middle of the street and block traffic, and then create greater risks as cars go around them, stop vehicles. So let alone service providers, plumbers, house cleaners, such. So I urge you that the bollards and all the additional space would make this very difficult. Next slide, please. Again, just showing you people do use parking. This is on a weekend. The parking is valued and it does create home value. Next 2 slides, please. Quickly. This is the 2 streets on the side, both Roby and Englewood. The reason people don't park are the current ordinances. People would use parking if it was available. We already sacrifice in terms of letting the 7 to 6. It's really about school hours. Please don't make the situation worse. Next. It's the amount of space. There's already 10 to 12 feet, most of the space on the existing shoulder. We strongly urge to use that. 16, 23 feet is not needed. Even in concept 1, I believe too much space is used. 10 to 12 feet is the right amount. And just to show how much space of the road and in particular the impact to private property, which is a major concern. Next slide, please. So in summary, please, kids' safety is really important, but think about the community feel. There is no need for class 4. There's no need for bollards. Class 2 is a huge upgrade from where we are today. Shannon Road is not high-speed area. The bollards don't match the ambience. Proposal 3 does unnecessary harm to residents' property, which still has not been, I would say, fully explored. And the cost impact, I think the budget estimates are significantly undervaluing the impact to properties and the likely cost of moving things.
Your time is up, so I do need to
Thank you.
put your, thank you very much. And so any questions, council members? Okay, thank you, Mr. Horwitz. Our next speaker, Gillian Verga.
Hi, it's Jillian. Hi. I am a member of the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission. I'm the vice chair this year. And so I wanted to just speak a little bit about how our commission views this proposal. The town staff has come as Engineer Kim mentioned. They've come and talked to us several times, and they've also held 2 community meetings. And one of the things I think is important to note is that town staff has been making adjustments to their plans based on the feedback they get at every community meeting and every town council meeting as well, or sorry, CSTC meeting. The designs are not final. Neither design, Proposal 1 or Proposal 3, are final, and these will continue to adapt, and they'll be continuing to take feedback from the community into shaping these. And the commission felt that option 3 was the best option because it provides a buffer between the people who are walking and biking and the cars. And the difference between a class 2 and a class 4 bike lane is that a class 2 bike lane, you have kids riding their bikes right next to the moving traffic without a buffer, in some cases between parked cars and moving cars. And we'd really like to see a buffer in there. I do sympathize with bollards not looking attractive. And we talked about that at our commission meeting. One thing I will say is that if you have only a space and not the bollards, then it's very likely that you'll have vehicles such as delivery trucks parked in the bike lane, and that essentially makes the bike lane unusable for those traveling upon it. Especially for kids, forcing them to weave out into traffic, I think is not optimal. Finally, I just wanted to say that, we get a lot of feedback from town residents who want to see this town become more bikeable and walkable, and they want to see less car traffic. They want to see less school congestion of cars, people dropping off. And when you have a buffered bike lane, parents feel more comfortable letting their kids ride to school, and we'll actually see more kids riding to school. And that's what we're trying to achieve. And that's why we voted for option 3. And I'd really like to, I'd like the town to show that we continue to support that vision and that we want to move forward with a more bikeable, walkable town. Thank you.
Thank you, Jillian, and thank you for giving us that context. You do have a question from Councilmember Hudis?
Thank you, and I appreciate the work of the CSTC, and I listened to a couple of the recent meetings and appreciate the expertise of the members. Quick question. Are you speaking on behalf of the commission, or are you speaking personally as a resident?
I did not ask the commission if they wanted me to come speak here, so I guess I need to, speak up as a resident. But I am providing the context and, from my experience being on that commission.
Thank you.
Councilmember Risto?
Yes, I have a question, although it's perhaps more for staff, and I know it's getting kind of geeky and terminology laden, but a buffered bike lane is actually still a class 2 bike lane, correct? My understanding is that a class 4 bike lane is a protected bike lane where there's actually a physical barrier in addition to a buffer.
Yes, that is correct. If there is no physical barrier separating the bike lane from the vehicle lane, then it will be considered class 2.
Okay, but there are a variety of class 2 bike lanes, so there can be a bike. Essentially, what makes it class 2 is because it's paint, and whether there's just a skinny line or a buffer, it's still class 2 without a vertical protective element, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
That is correct. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, our next speaker, Maria Gerst.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Thank you for letting me speak. I live on Shannon Road, and I'm here to voice in support with my other neighbors, such as Sherry and Andy, how I would really like it if we could get away from option number 3. I was at the last transportation meeting on Thursday morning, and I heard, and I quote, project for cyclists, pedestrian, and cars. What I didn't hear was how the residents could be satisfied somewhat with all of these changes that are going on. It is our home, our place that we've been sheltering in place in the last year. And to have it diminished into, as one of the council commissioners said, a street that's hardly pristine and beautiful to start with, so I don't think it'll make any difference, really hurt us. And it makes me think that, Los Gatos likes to beautify things. I hardly think we want to make something someone thinks is not pristine as even worse. This really will impact people such as myself as I sit out and I garden in my front yard and I sit out with coffee in my front yard. I love looking out at my neighborhood. I do not think it is unattractive. I actually find it quite beautiful in the early mornings and the evening hours. This is going to be a huge impact for those of us who live on the street. I ask that you take into consideration that we're also one small strip. And if we want to encourage biking, which I do, my kids bike to school every day. They've walked to school. They go downtown on their bikes. I encourage biking. I'm a biker. My dad is an avid biker. This is a small stretch of road. Unless you're thinking this is going to be the norm throughout the entirety of Los Gatos, I fail to see why we can't come up with another alternative in order to achieve safety and also please the people that live here. Our value of our homes are tied to this. Again, I please encourage you not to vote for option 3 and to allow for something that will at least be a little bit better for those of us who live on the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ted Moorhead.
Yes, thank you, City Council, for allowing me to speak. First, I just wanted to, make a comment. I had no idea what happened at the last meeting, and I just want to state love is stronger than hate, so power on. Anyways, Andy, I think, did a great job with those pictures demonstrating what the street looks like and how kids walk up and down the street. I live on Shannon in between Magnuson Loop and Los Gatos Boulevard on the north side. So in the morning, if I might be sipping coffee, looking out my window, I see kids streaming by and doing just fine. And sometimes traffic's backed up. So, the safety issue, things look pretty safe. And, if there is a speeding problem, I think the police could abate that with, ticketing people for speeding. And it'd be something to consider, maybe even putting in another bump in the road to slow people down in between Magnuson and Los Gatos Boulevard. And the cost, City Council, I appreciate you guys looking at the cost. Another issue that got brought up, if these things get put in, it's going to be difficult for the garbage to pick up, and FedEx deliveries. The mail also delivers, so the mail people will be blocking traffic. And parking, on all options, there is no parking for those on the north side of Shannon in between Magnuson and Los Gatos Boulevard. And that's a problem for me. During the daytime, I recognize that you're not allowed to park in front of the house, and that isn't done, but it is done at other times. And I wasn't consulted about this. And I found other people, on the same side of the street as me weren't consulted. And at the last meeting, we were told we would be consulted. And then all of a sudden, you guys are bringing it to a vote. So I just find that kind of concerning, that the people that would be most directly affected were not consulted. And then we're told they would be consulted and then weren't. So, that is concerning. And I hope that the City Council takes, that into consideration, that maybe this issue should stay open for a while longer to assess the real impacts and cost impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You do have a question, so if you could hold on the line, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Mr. Moorhead, it wasn't clear to me if you had a preference for any of the three design concepts, or if none of them were acceptable to you, or you want us to just hold off and have this researched further.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can still hear.
Yeah. None of them were, on all three options, I lose my parking. And, the safety issue, I don't see there being a safety issue. And for parents that are concerned about their kids, maybe they should drive them to school, because I see an army of kids going to and from school every day. And so that's my position on it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, I think, is Simon Lonsdale.
Hey, good evening. My name is Simon Lonsdale. I've been on Shannon Road in the affected area for 16 years now. But before talking about Shannon Road, I'd like to thank and support the mayor, the vice mayor, the town council members for their service to our community. We should all be as strong and community minded as you are. Thank you for your efforts. Back to Shannon Road. I'm actually Ted's neighbor, so right there with him. Shannon Road is busy, and I'm in full support of a sidewalk. This is my top priority, particularly for the many school children that are walking to and from schools. I'm also in support of a Class 2 bike lane on Shannon Road to help the safety of the many cyclists in our town. And I'm in support of narrower traffic lanes and traffic calming measures to slow traffic. But I'm not in support of obstructions that prevent the pickup and drop off of people and goods from my house, and that would cause a danger to all from traffic stopping in the middle of the traffic lane or on Roby Lane, that would be the case if we went with proposals 2 and 3. And so because of that, all of the reasons above, I'm in favor and support only of option 1 for Shannon Road and the pedestrianization project. But we do need it, so thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mark Boney.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Thank you. So first, I'm a resident long time on Shannon, of Los Gatos, and recently on Shannon. And I do want to echo a couple things that I've heard before, is that this particular project seems to have been rushed, in my opinion. We've been told many things that have not happened, the consultation with some of the folks. Honestly, it does feel like and next thing we knew, it was presented for you to vote. It does feel a little like it's being shoved down our throat, to be honest with you. That said, clearly what you heard a lot of the people talk is that a lot of the folks are in support of improved bike lanes and improved biker safety. I don't think there's too many people that argue that. I heard a couple, but the majority, I think, agrees on that. We feel personally that after reviewing all the different concepts, that concept one is by far the best compromise. Okay, concept one offers safety improvements and other benefits and parking. Okay, concept three to me feels very extreme and overkill, where it introduces things which I don't think are necessary nor wanted. Specifically, and you've heard it before, probably one of the 35, the bollards are absolutely an eyesore. And I can't believe that the town would think that Shannon should be one of the neighborhood the way it looks today. And by the way, I love my neighborhood, so I just heard that comment otherwise that it wasn't that pretty, whatnot. It is beautiful, it is my neighborhood, it's great. And the bollards are an eyesore. I feel that they would deface and impact negatively the look and feel, the rural feel of our neighborhood. And basically, what I'm respectfully request is that the council members consider our feedback, and specifically the feedback of the folks that are impacted the most, the folks that are going to have to look at those bollards or those concepts every day. So please consider our feedback. Concept one, we feel, is the best compromise between aesthetics, safety, and parking. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Ryan Rosenberg.
Hello, can you hear me? Great.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ryan Rosenberg, and my family and I have lived on Shannon for 17 years, raised 2 children here, and they still bike or walk every day to our local schools. And I want to be clear that I'm in favor of doing a project. This is not a question for me. After 17 years, I think it's time to make the streets safer. And there are some goals to consider when looking at the project. I think we can all agree that safety is essential. And the second goal is to encourage biking. Look, I think that's an important goal, actually. I mean, I think biking is good for the town. I think it's good for the world, frankly. I bike myself. I like to bike downtown, and I love riding the Jones Trail, except when I fall off my bike, but that's another story. But the goal of encouraging biking, I think it's an important goal, but it's starting a little bit to feel like it's the primary goal, or the only goal almost. I know when we talk about complete streets, we talk about our town, we expect it to be a goal, but not the goal. And that's where we have goals of encouraging people to walk so they can walk to the things that they need. We have goals of encouraging alternate forms of transportation, electric, for example, and ride sharing, which are good for the planet. Another thing we need to balance off is aesthetics. When a homeowner applies to update their home design, we look at the design as one of the considerations. When a developer puts in a new building, we look at the attractiveness of fit. Shouldn't that be also one of the criteria for any civic project? And finally, we're a town that cares about its residents. We really do. And in any project, we try to understand the most effective, and take their views into consideration. I mean, here everyone is united. Option 3, as it stands today, is not what people want. Some of these things that have been brought up today earlier are a little bit theoretical. For example, delivery trucks blocking kids during the hours. That actually doesn't happen because you don't see delivery trucks coming at those hours too often, but they do come at other times, and the USPS definitely comes in the middle of the day. So I think that it's clear that for whatever reason, the people who actually live in this area haven't been fully engaged to this point. There's been a lot of meetings, but they had a lot of other people who maybe weren't necessarily directly affected. So I hope you'll consider either choosing option 1, or consider having the engineering department work with the local residents to look for compromise solutions. If everybody remains flexible and everybody remains open-minded, I actually think a solution is possible. The last thing I want to say is that I want to compliment our public works and engineering staff. In the short time I've been engaged with this project, I found them to be both responsive and polite. And of course, I want to thank all you council members for your service to the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you can hang on, you do have a question from Councilmember Hudis. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. I know, Mr. Rosenberg, you were at the October 14 meeting, and there was discussion about an option 3 with no bollards, or at least Mr. Kim presented that at the end of the meeting as a possible option. Do you have an opinion about that alternative?
I like that opinion a lot better than with bollards. But what I've started to realize is that, especially hearing Engineer Kim talk today, I realize there's a lot of subtle changes that might be possible. You know, besides bollards, there's maybe noise strips that can go in there that could let drivers know when they're starting to veer over. There may be other types of small adjustments that could add a little bit of greenery and that might make a difference here. So I just feel like it would be great if the engineering staff could be asked to kind of take some of those other considerations I just mentioned, like aesthetics, or maybe gather a little more direct feedback from the actual people that live right in this block here, and see what we could do. Are we going to make everybody happy? Not a prayer, but could we try to come a little closer and look at some other options? I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kendra.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Kendra Hershey. I haven't been at a town meeting before, so I didn't know about putting my full name. But anyway, yeah, this topic is new to me. I've biked on Shannon lots of times, and it feels really safe already. I mean, it just seems like maybe it's a solution in search of a problem. I like the on Los Gatos Boulevard, the green painted lanes, that definitely feels like it improves safety. But on Shannon, the guy that had the pictures with showing how wide it is, it's very wide. There's wide enough for multiple bikes and pedestrians. Like if you're going around a pedestrian, you're still not encroaching into the car lane. It just already feels like it's fine the way it is. And then if you're going to spend $1 million or $2 million and you're taking it away from other projects like sidewalk repair, it doesn't really seem worth it that much. I didn't really prepare anything else. I actually came to support the diversity and inclusion, and then happened to get interested in this topic.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and I apologize if I mispronounce it, Vera.
Hi, everyone. This is Varun. Thanks for bumping me up. So I just wanted to make a few comments and sort of agree with my neighbors. There are a couple of key points. One is I think we're all in agreement in terms of the bike lane and the safety for children. We have 3 kids, an infant. We typically bike to Shir Hadash, which is a daycare on Shannon together. My kids are 5 and 2.5. And, the bike lane's fairly wide enough right now that we're safe. We're still, encouraging biking, encouraging healthy behavior, and sort of really taking in the neighborhood for what it is. And that's one of the reasons why we moved here last November. And I think we're sort of in agreement with the bike lane, and we're definitely going to encourage our kids as well as ourselves in our lifestyle to sort of support biking. A couple of important things for us, however, is parking, right? And one of the suggestions was parking being on the side streets. Now, if all of our neighbors had guests and every one of them had to park in the side streets, I think the neighborhood would sort of lose its charm with just a lot of cars on the side streets, and it would sort of lose the charm, right? And I think there was also another call out on delivery trucks, right? And how delivery trucks operate today. in terms of just stopping by a no stop zone or no park zone. And so by actually having designated parking, we might be able to potentially solve for this so that we don't, none of these trucks block traffic or God forbid, run over anyone who's walking to school or biking. Another point that I also wanted to cover, I think Ryan sort of touched on this, was on sort of the beauty of Los Gatos and Shannon. We're sort of going through the process of, going through the architectural process and planning and designing for potential remodel. And there are just so many questions around, how do we preserve the feel of the community? There are a lot of rules in terms of not building a bigger house than our neighbors. There are rules around not the town mandating what colors are okay. And I think I just sort of question, how is that then okay that we bring Shannon Road to feel like a main street like Blossom Hill, right? That has 2 lanes. And so I think just sort of in the nature of preserving this community that we actually have loved so much since we moved and plan to stay here for the rest of our lives. I think I would really urge the committee to sort of reconsider the options presented and really focus on what are we trying to solve and what is really needed to sort of function. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Rebecca Hang.
Sorry, I needed to unmute. I have been a resident of Los Gatos on Shannon Road for 21 years and have raised 3 children, 2 of which biked or walked to school at Van Meter and Fisher. My biggest concern for this project is the safety of motorists, pedestrians, and bicycles. I strongly favor option 1 because of that. We have, as a safety measure, backed into our driveway so that we can come out forward when we are pulling onto the street. We do that and when we pull out of the driveway at the times when school is starting and when it's finished for the day, we can come out of our driveway going forward and have full view of the bicyclists, the pedestrians, and the oncoming traffic. One of the previous residents of my home pulled out of the driveway going backwards and was T-boned by another motorist, and it was a serious accident. For my safety, for the safety of the pedestrians, bicyclists, and other motorists, I strongly favor option 1 because it continues to allow me to back into my driveway. Thank you.
If you could hold on, you do have a question from Councilmember Risto. Go ahead,
Yes.
Councilmember.
Thank you. I actually have a question for staff because I'm not an expert on this kind of layout. Is there something different about option 1 and option 3 that prohibits backing into a driveway?
Not necessarily. Nothing that can't be fine-tuned for design. I believe Ms. Yang may think the bollards might be in the way of her backing into the driveway. But the spacing of the bollards would definitely be worked out so that it's not interfering with the ingress and egress at the driveway location. And so similar situation happened on Winchester, where we worked with a couple of residents who has driveways on Winchester, that we make sure the bollards are spaced far enough that there's no conflict going in and out their driveway. And so it can be accommodated. And with either concept.
Okay, but the primary concern is not like the distance of the layout, it's the bollards, and then that could be accommodated?
I believe that might be, if I could ask Miss Swang why she believes concept 3 would have an issue with that, if Mayor allows her to speak.
Councilmember Rista, would you also like to ask the question?
Yes, please. So yes, if we can ask Ms. Hang what specifically about the design is concerning for backing in.
Okay. So when I approach my property, I normally pull in to the open space that removes me from the traffic flow. And then I can safely back in, and I usually wait until the traffic flow clears before I make my maneuver to pull into my property. I have a fence line that makes it so that I have to accurately pull into my driveway. What occurs when I'm doing this is that usually there is a line of cars behind me, and they are at the 30-mile-per-hour speed limit, and it does not allow me to very slowly maneuver around a bollard. It is a safety issue for myself and for the other people that are using Shannon Road.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate you taking people's safety into consideration by backing in.
Our next speaker, Stephanie Martin.
Mayor, I don't see a Stephanie Martin with a hand raised.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to Mike King then.
So he is using an older version of Zoom. I'll have to promote him.
Okay. And for those in attendance, Mark, yes.
Now can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. So I've swapped out here. I do see my timer. Okay. I'm curious, why is there a difference between east and west of Magnuson Loop? Why is it treated different from the center divide to the limited lines or limited property line from Magnuson Loop all the way down to Los Gatos Boulevard, as opposed to the side up toward Cherry Blossom? But never mind for that one right now, honestly. But and then as far as the parking is concerned, for those that we have a neighbor that has a long driveway and they have multiple cars, and he's got to park on the street, and it just doesn't seem like the delineators would, or what do you guys call them? That's what we call them at the racetrack. Bollards, excuse me. That they are kind of quite a bulk in the whole cross section of the street, it seems like. Not to mention, as what Ryan and Varun was saying, the curb appeal of your town here. It's kind of ugly as a mud fence critter. This is not Winchester or Blossom Hill. Blossom Hill goes all the way up toward the way down 85 to the eastern foothills, and Winchester goes all the way past Valley Fair. But Shannon's not even a mile long. It's just kind of a puzzle. So, and the Amazon and the FedEx drivers and the UPS drivers, they just kind of stop anywhere. I mean, we look outside, they just stop anywhere they need to, run inside, bikes go around them, cars go around them. It's not that big a thing. Everybody's calm. And also, I'm curious about, this was all a surprise, as Mark had said, that it was kind of rushed. That there's Army kids that come from Van Meter and Fisher, and they've been doing it forever. And there are some speeders. There's a new 16-year-old born every minute. I was one of them when I was a kid, but we all grew up, and we've got our speed bumps. I like those. That's a nice size. But here's one for Wu, actually. Mr. Kim, you are likely more aware of so much more than all the rest of us. What is your opinion, if you're allowed to say, of these three? It seems like the delineators or the bollards are pretty darn excessive. Do you think we can get away without these delineators? It just seems like they're kind of ugly as a mud fence out there. What do you think?
And Mr. King, what we usually do is we reserve staff to respond after public comment. And so Mr. Kim, we'll go ahead and ask you to respond afterwards as well.
That's fine.
No
Thank you.
worries.
Thank you.
And Mark, I see you have your hand raised, and per our policy, we allow speakers to speak once on each item. And so I am going to ask Stephanie Martin to, and she is my last hand, unless anyone else would like to speak on this item. Stephanie? Stephanie, you just need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi there. My name's Stephanie Martin, and thank you, Mayor and City Council, for letting me talk. I am a real estate agent, and I've sold quite a few homes on Shannon Road. I live in Los Gatos. You know, my concern is for the residents and the impact it will have on resale value and property values in general. I'm totally for safety of kids and, you know, getting to school safely, bike riding and all that. That's very important. However, I believe people want to live on Shannon and buy on Shannon because it is rural and has a country feel to it. According to what Mr. Horowitz showed, the streets are wide. There's plenty of room for and cycling. The impact of the no parking for resale value is huge, not to mention parents and, you know, residents giving up a portion of their front yard. I think we need to look into this a little more. Option one seems to be more viable than anything else. And I'm sorry, my voice is a little hoarse.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
all I got.
Okay, well, thank you. And our next speaker is Helen Sun.
Hi, sorry, I was not able to unmute myself. Thank you for staying so late to discuss this project. We're on Shannon Road as well, part of this district that's going to be impacted. And I think I agree with all the neighbors that spoke, and some of them presented very like a lot of details that really represent the situation here. And to us, I think it's important to make the street continue to look like a neighborhood. I think that's very important. We'd love to have those planting strips, which is very more environmental friendly versus the concrete. I think it gives the better feel of walking for the kids, because in the summer it's really hot. I think the plants or the trees will provide some shade for them. Parking is definitely important for some of the neighbors. I do see, like, we all have Amazon deliver all the time, so they're all literally outside all the time, and we want to make sure they have space to park while they drop off the package. And sidewalks is definitely important, like we're all for that. But we really do not want to make our street looks like Blossom Hill or Los Gatos Boulevard or Winchester, because it is really not one of those. So I would really urge with all the council members to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no other hands raised. And so I'll ask again, would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Seeing no hands raised, I will close public testimony and I look to the council members. Real quick, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor. So it's clear that number 3 doesn't work very well with the bollards. I'm also not really satisfied with number 1 because it moves the bicyclists close to the bike lane. I think it's safer before we make the change, but in good engineering fashion, I can't help but try to think about a new solution to the problem. And so maybe I start with a question for Engineer Kim. When I look at concept 1, most of the street is a sidewalk, planting strip, parking, and then the bike lane. Why can't we just reverse this and make it sidewalk, bike lane, planting strip, and then parking? Move the bike lane in, or even do parking and then, well, I guess you can't do the planting strip, but move the bike lane inside the planting strip, or even inside the parking area. But I think you want the planting strip to keep the cars off the parked cars off the bike lane. But it seems like you could protect the bike lane even better with a parking strip and a car, and use the same space you got there. And you would have, so there'd only be a small section close to Los Gatos Boulevard that bikes would be close to the cars, and then you could immediately move the bikes in next to the sidewalk with a buffer of the planting strip and parked cars for all the rest of the space, according to what I see. I think you're going to tell me it's going to cost more, but because there's going to be more grading to make the bike lane or something in there and move the planting strip or whatever. But I'm interested in some kind of solution like that.
Yes, I believe the project team did consider that. So that would make the bikeway there class 4, because there's a parked cars as a barrier, and I believe that's what you're referring to. I believe that would technically require a little more width with the parking lane being offset from the curb. Currently, if the cars are parked directly against the curb, you have the planter strip and so forth, where you could accommodate folks opening their doors and so forth. But with parking offset like that, with the bikes in between, I mean, I believe we may be able to consider that a little further to see if it's feasible, but initially we thought that would also pose some challenges with the right-of-way that we have. The reason why, although the street, according to the residents, may seem wide, we are putting a lot of standard infrastructure in there that does eat into these the road width. And the planter strips are actually even strategic, because we need that planter strip for existing trees, to salvage existing trees and to relocate some of the utility poles that we need to relocate for the sidewalk clearance and so forth. So quite a bit of things have to be considered looking at a concept design. So we could further investigate looking at a class 4 design, having parking offset and so having the bikeway in the middle. But we may be able to quickly review that. But yeah, I'm not quite sure if I could tell you that would be a feasible or a possible option within this cross section that we have.
Mayor, through you, looks like Director Morley wanted to add to it before I make further comments.
Yes, please, Director Morley.
Thank you very much. I was just going to add the comment that it starts to look a lot like option 2 that really drove up the cost, where the bike lane is adjacent to the sidewalk with the sort of the buffer on the outside of that. So it really does drive up the cost because you're adding the width and the infrastructure on the inside there. So I think there may be two different ideas there. One where we do the Blossom Hill concept where we have parking and then a bike lane versus having the bike lane within the with sort of adjacent to the sidewalk within the park strip. Again, very, very difficult to design on the fly, and it's something that really does drive up the cost pretty quickly.
And so I'll just make some comments and then hear what Councilmember Risto has to say. So I don't think that we're at its solution yet. I think we should either, investigate something like what I said. It would be probably the most scenic and beautiful to have the bike lane inside the planting strip, but I understand you can't move the planting strip easily. That would be kind of ideal and probably the most expensive, but I still think you could move the bike lane inside the parking and had something to keep the cars from parking in the bike lane, kind of deal. But as you said, that needs to be further investigated. The other option is to go to 3 and get rid of the bollards and investigate what other kinds of what we could do instead of the kind of ugly green bollards that people don't like. Whether we end up just having a buffer and nothing in there, or find some other solution that's more attractive than a bollard. I would be in favor of sending this back for some more work and working with the residents with some of these ideas. So I'll see what Councilmember Risto has to tell me. Thanks.
Can I make a quick comment? I do remember now that the concept 3 does have the parking scenario that Vice Mayor is mentioning. Although we're only providing 5 spots, it will be in the class 4 bike lane. And so we have investigated that and are able to accommodate some, but it will be a challenge. But we could further investigate if we're directed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kim. Councilmember Risto?
I have a few comments, but I have a question first. Is anything on this time sensitive in terms of our grant money? Because I think before we talk about sending things back, I want to know what impact that might have.
Yes, there are grant deadlines for the federal money, which is almost $1 million of this project budget. So we could try to ask for an extension. I believe this project has been on the books and on the table for a few years, and so we could try to attempt to get an extension. There's probably a good chance we could get the extension, but yeah, there are some deadlines for the grants tied, which would put us next year for completion of the project. So in any case, we may need to apply for an extension anyways, but we may need to show some good progress of the design phase or the project itself.
Okay, thank you. If I can make some comments, at a very high level, first of all, when I talk about bike lanes, I'm a confident and experienced cyclist. So what makes me feel good on the road does not apply to most people. And so if I think it's safe or if I think it's okay, that doesn't matter. What I look at is my experience as a parent whose kids bike to school, as somebody who's been an advocate and a volunteer for safe routes to school, as somebody who served on the Transportation and Complete Streets Commissions and listening to people. And I think when we're looking at these sidewalk and bike lane improvements, the goal is really twofold. One is safety. That is a very high priority. But the other is we are not necessarily only creating this for the people that are using it already. We are looking for mode shift. And, the biggest self-inflicted traffic issues we have in this town is around schools. It's drop off and pickup. And we know that there are a huge number of students, especially middle school, who bike and walk, but we also know there's a large number of middle school, high school, and grade school students who, if we offered better infrastructure, would bike with their families or with their friends. And so I feel an obligation to look toward the future. If we're going to talk about adding a couple of thousand more houses in the next 8, 10, 20 years, if we're going, and people say, well, you've got to plan for the infrastructure. This is one of the steps of planning for infrastructure for more housing and providing mode shift. Shannon Road is incredibly important for getting to parks, getting to Shur Hadash, getting to the Presbyterian Church, getting to Blossom Hill Park, and the high school, and Van Meter, and Blossom Hill, and Fisher. So, I think we need to get this right. And I don't necessarily think that more and more design is going to make it perfect, but I am feeling like, first of all, staff has worked so hard on this, and this project's been at least on my radar screen since 2018. So I know that as it comes to more design, more people get involved, but I don't think we can just scrap this or keep tweaking it and get to a much better solution. At this point, am leaning toward option 3, although I'd be willing to give up the bollards. I think I agree. I'm quite sensitive to the residents that the bollards are unsightly. They perhaps look industrial. As a cyclist, I know that just a skinny strip of paint doesn't keep cars from kind of lazily drifting into the bike lane or coming really close. And putting cyclists between a parked car and a moving car puts a cyclist at great risk. All it takes is a driver of a parked car to throw their door open. And that's, I think, the #1 way to kill a bicyclist. So, those kind of things concern me. With a buffered bike lane, there's a little more room for forgiveness. If there's something in the bike lane, an obstacle, a car that's close to the edge of the paint. I think the way to get more people to bike is to make them feel comfortable. And the way they're going to feel comfortable is more space from moving cars. I really do think that green bollards would look pretty terrible on Shannon Road. I think the residents have spoken loud and clear. I've looked at Blossom Hill Road. I think it would look pretty industrial. The benefit of bollards is they keep cars from drifting into the bike lane visually. It keeps the driver aware of where they're not supposed to be. It gives cyclists, it may not necessarily be safer from the viewpoint that if a distracted or drunk driver drifted over, those bollards will not stop the car, but it does keep drivers aware of where the bike lane is and keeps them out of there. So where I'm sort of leaning toward is I really like option 3, but perhaps without the bollards, and with an option in the future, if some really attractive delineator were available, to consider that, with huge, robust input from the neighbors. I would not be in favor of next year, we find some swoopy white zigzag stuff that looks cool, let's just put it in. It would have to be with the consent of the neighbors. But because this is not a project that we are going to be able to go back and fix in 5 years, I think this is kind of a one and done. I would like to have the ability in the future, if we have a lot of money, to put planters in strategic places in the buffer or put some other thing there. So I just want people to kind of consider all those ideas. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I have a question and then a comment. The question is, this is a relatively short stretch of Shannon Road, actually. How does this fit into our plan for the street, and when would we feasibly have a bike lane for the length of Shannon Road? Is it 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, or way beyond, where would this stretch would become a longer stretch on Shannon? And the reason I'm asking is, would that affect our choice of any of these 3 options?
Yes, thank you for that question, Council Member. Although it does seem like a short segment, staff has gone out to the site during school hours and have observed, as some of the residents call, army of children, kids, biking and walking to school within that segment. So what they do is they would come down or up a Cherry Blossom and use Shannon to get to Los Gatos Boulevard. And so and it is also a segment that's identified in the bike and pedestrian master plan as a priority segment. And hence the reason this project needed to go forward. So the main focus is there with the children in mind, biking and walking. And so even when we're out there, I think we have some videos of kids entering into the vehicle lanes because there was just so many like next to each other biking along that segment. So those were some of the accommodations that we're trying to make with the design. For rest of Shannon, for example, from Cherry Blossom all the way to Short, there isn't currently any plan for bike lane improvements, but what we do normally is with our annual street projects, when there could be improvements made to the bike facilities, and that's when we'd actually make that effort. So next time the rest of Shannon is up for a street resurfacing project, that's when we would actually look at that segment as well to see what improvements are needed.
And if I may, would that affect the choice of options?
I don't believe it will. We'll definitely look at how it will transition with the rest of the street, thinking forward. So a particular decision on which way to go here probably shouldn't affect. I think we could definitely try to continue that type of bikeway further, or we could transition it in to future bike lanes for the rest of the Shannon Road.
Thank you. And my comment is that even in the short time I've been following this item, it has taken quite a few twists and turns. So I think it would be valuable to have clear direction from the council on this. I also think, as Councilmember Risto pointed out, it's really important to get this one right, because this is really our first improved separated bike lane on a collector street. And so we're going to be looking to this design for improving from the standard bike lanes, which I hate. I think in many cases they're dangerous, and I think that bicyclists like me would appreciate the separation. And so getting this one right is important. And from what I've heard, that would push us away from option 1 to some version of option 3 with further input from the community. So those are my comments.
Any further comments from other council members before I entertain a motion? I do actually have a question of Mr. Kim. So one of the concerns is an extension, well, a possible extension, given the grant funding that we were able to secure. So the question is, in your opinion, understanding that you may have to apply for a waiver anyway, how much wiggle room in terms of time do you think we do have? Would it be sufficient time to have one more community meeting? Or do you think that would put us into a time frame that would not be feasible to secure this grant?
Yes, Mayor. The current schedule setup was with the grant deadlines in mind. Any further extensions from that would require an extension, a request for extension, and it's really hard to say. I can't tell for sure if that grant extension would be granted or not. I don't know if Director Moley might have any more information on that, but I would have to maybe talk to a different staff person to figure out if that extension could work out or not. But an additional meeting with the community, we would also have to have something to present, to share with the community for discussion. So I guess maybe you're asking to see if there's another option that could be workable, and that might take a little more time and more time with the consultants. So yeah, that would probably take about another month of time before we actually have another meeting with the community, and we would also check in with CSTC And so there are a few factors to consider, but it would all depend on whether we could get that extension or not. So I don't know if Director Morley has any more insight on that grant. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. So I think we'd like to see some feedback from the council on a direction that you'd like us to go, and some conversation that you'd like us to have with the community specifically. And if it's, as Councilmember Hughes suggested, some more exploration of option 3, or without the bollards, or similar to Councilmember Aristo's suggestion. We could bring that back to the residents and talk more specifically about that, and that becomes less of a change from a design perspective, and we might be able to slide something like that in. You know, we probably plan we get into holidays, but we probably plan an early November type community meeting, and then come back to council fairly quickly so that we could beat the holidays and try and get a resolution and a decision. So I think that would be our goal. I do worry about trying to extend this one beyond where we're at. It's a fair amount of money, and we can ask the question, but running the risk of losing it, I think is not something we want to do.
Okay, and I appreciate that. That helped clarify some options with what is currently presented tonight. Vice Mayor Rennie?
Yeah, a little bit more questions. So if we're moving ahead with 3 without the bollards, would, I think maybe at a minimum we might want to put a little rumple strip or something. Would that be a lot of extra costs so that cars know that they've moved it across all the buffer towards the bike lane?
We can, if you have ideas on things you want us to look at, we definitely want to entertain them. I don't want to be a naysayer on all the ideas. Rumble strips make a lot of noise for the adjacent residences, so there's pros and cons for it. But so if you have ideas, definitely throw them out. We'll take a look at them and we'll do the analysis with the community on the pros and cons.
And then the second part of my question is, so if we make a motion that we want to move ahead with 3 without the bollards, but some more exploration of what we could do and working with the neighbors, do we need to approve the potential additional funding tonight? And if so, can you explain a little bit of it? One of them says bicycle and pedestrian improvement project, 200,000. Is that a project that's already planned, or is that just a future placeholder?
That is an existing CIP. It is a CIP that's been sitting in the budget book for a while. We're not taking the entire amount of the CIP budget for that project, although we may be taking a large chunk. The amounts that are shown on that table is just a proposal. We will have to refine some of the cost estimates to see what some of those elements would actually cost and what we could pull from these projects. This Shannon Road project is a bike and pedestrian improvement project, so staff felt that it would be justifiable to pull from that project. But we haven't had a project on that particular CIP for a couple of years now, so yeah.
And on the 2 line items after that, restriping and resurfacing. So if we take 150 out of restriping and 300 out of resurfacing, is that what's the magnitude? Is that like 3 streets not done kind of thing? 4 streets not done?
It takes a bit of a toll on the street resurfacing project, but we have a fairly healthy budget for the upcoming year, so we're hoping that it could observe the 300 that we're trying to pull from. For the striping project, it's also an ongoing project that accumulates a little bit of money for any striping needed. A lot of the striping project is also taken care of by our annual street project. So it's been one of those funds that's been accumulating money and that we felt that we could tap into as needed.
Okay, thank you. I'll hold off on a motion, Mayor, and see if Councilmember Aristo would like to make it.
Okay, Councilmember Aristo?
Yes, I mean, I'm mostly sympathetic to the residents' concerns about aesthetics. I'm not unsympathetic about the parking, but Shannon has short blocks and people have driveways and garages, and there is parking around each corner, and it's not that far of a distance. And I really have a hard time prioritizing, street storage of vehicles over, hundreds or thousands of cyclists and pedestrians. So for that reason, I move to approve option 3 with the change that we do not put bollards in, and that we leave a decision toward any type of delineator for another time and move forward with, they would ascend option 3, which would essentially be class 2 bike lanes that are buffered. And I also will include in that motion the approval for the funding mechanism as outlined in the table in our report.
Okay, do I have a second for the motion? Councilmember Hudis?
I would second the motion, but I would also ask, maybe it's just a comment, that if we can get some cost reduction by removing the bollards, that we revise the budget to reflect that.
And Director Morley?
I just wanted to provide some clarity on the budget. So this is, we wanted to provide a funding strategy to you as we're bringing this forward. So recognizing that our existing budget wasn't sufficient to meet any of the project needs, we wanted you to know that we had some ideas on how we would achieve the funding. This does not take this funding and set it into this project at this time. We'll ask you to do that as a formal council action when we bring back the final design to you early next year sometime. So we just wanted you to know that we had a proposed solution for funding, and we wanted you to be able to provide input on that and to accept that was a good direction to be heading. So yes, it will adjust, to Councilmember Hudis's point. It will adjust when we bring back final design to account for the budget at that time. So by reducing scope, we would certainly be able to reduce budget.
Okay. And then Councilmember Rista, did you have any further clarification on your motion?
Does that mean that I should remove the approval of the funding strategy from the motion, or is that important to have in it or not have in it?
It's fine in there. It doesn't. We're not using this as an action to move any money around. So having it in there is fine for posterity.
Okay, then my motion stands.
Okay, and Councilmember Hudis, are you seconding?
Yes.
Okay, and so we have a motion and a second, and so any comments, Vice Mayor Rennie?
I wanted to make sure I understand or get staff's understanding of the motion. So what I think I heard was go ahead with option 3 without the bollards, but I didn't hear anything about exploring other delineators at this time. How is staff treating the motion on how they heard that?
With that motion, we'll move forward with the concept 3 without the green bollards, but we'll continue to investigate potential options and bring that out, discuss that with the community, discuss with CSDC, and eventually with council as well for final approval.
Okay, thank you.
And I do have a question to Mr. Kim. So if I understand correctly, if this motion passes, it still gives you and I guess the department time to work with the community to address some of the beautification issues that have been raised. Does it or does it not?
I believe the main concern from the public members were the green bollards. So removing them, I think, is I'm sure a big thing that we're accomplishing here. So, but we'll continue to work with the communities for any other aesthetics factor. Currently in concept 3, there's only 5 on-street parking being provided, and that's the maximum that we could come up with. And I believe I did hear some concerns about parking from the community members. So we'll investigate to see if that could be improved. as well. So definitely we'll be in constant contact and communication with the community members for the
Okay.
final design.
And if I could just clarify, when you say community members, understanding that a community is large or small, and so can I just clarify that we're talking about the residents of Shannon Road?
Yes, we will be reaching out to the residents of Shannon Road anyways for some of those private improvements in the public right of way and some of the encroachment we may need to do in private properties for our project. So yeah, there will be constant communication with the direct residents of Shannon Road.
Okay. Any further questions or comments on this motion? Okay, so I am going to call the motion, and I do see a hand in our public testimony. James, I do want to clarify, I closed public testimony. And so at this time, we are just going to now call the question, and I start with Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
And I also vote aye, and this motion passes unanimously. And again, Mr. Kim, I think one of the key things we heard is like the residents would like some conversation. And so I look to you to direct and facilitate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council members, it's 10 o'clock. If it's okay with everyone, I'd like to take a short bio break. If we could come back at 10 o'clock, that gives you 5 minutes. So, thank you. break. We now turn to item number 8, which is a review, receive an update on the implementation of the town council accepted ad hoc wildfire committee report. So welcome, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. So you'll recall back in December of 2020, the council received the final report and recommendation from the ad hoc wildfire committee. Contained in that report were some primary goals, which were emergency communication, emergency evacuation, roadside fuel reduction, open space and residential land management, and then emergency partnerships. Within those goals, the ad hoc committee also identified action items. Those action items were then bifurcated between items that would hopefully be completed within 2 years, a priority 1 item. And then there were other action items referred to as priority 2, which were longer range in scope, somewhere within 3 to 5 years. In the report, it was stated that the items can happen simultaneously. There's not necessarily an order to which they need to happen, but I will say the primary goals were identified in a sequential order of importance. And so during the December meeting, it was asked of staff to report back within a year's time with updates as to where we are on the action items. And so the staff report before you, you can see the updates in red. Where there is no update in red, that means there was no movement on that item in the past year. And with that, staff is available for any questions regarding any of the updates or any of the other action items that you'd like to speak to.
Thank you. Okay, if we can, Vice Mayor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So Mr. Andrews, today I was in I attended the Fire Safe Council and I gave them an update from our report here. And one thing I didn't quite get was it looks like we have cleared 6.5 miles of our highest priority project roadways of the brush. And then that was with the $500,000, and then we have another $500,000. So can I assume we are now in the process of doing another 6.5 miles? It doesn't really say.
Thank you for the question. So you'll recall that this council, during your CIP budget discussion where you wanted to identify additional projects, one of the items you discussed was exactly that, additional funding for the roadside vegetation management program. At that time, the direction was to expend $500,000 starting basically this winter, the December timeframe, regardless of where we were in terms of some of the federal grants that we had applied for. And so I believe Director Morley took that direction and is planning on initiating additional mileage with that budgeted $500,000 starting in the winter timeframe. I know Director Morley has spoken that starting in the winter is also preferential from a project management standpoint. It's cooler weather, the roads are less traveled, and so there were reasons why it was also beneficial to start in that time frame. The $500,000 that was previously expended did achieve 6.5 miles of vegetation. That's not to say that 500,000 will exactly equate to another 6.5 miles, but given that the roadways being identified as a tier 1 priority, they'll probably have similar, dense vegetation. And so it's probably a safe assumption somewhere in the 5 to 6 mile range for the additional 500,000.
And then a second question, if I could, I trying to understand this zone haven. It says we're segmented into 16 zones. Is this somehow allowing us to plan evacuations? Does this mean we're going to be looking at streets that maybe need some parking removed or something? What exactly is this?
So Zone Haven is a product that Santa Clara County Fire Department wanted to procure based on their experiences and experiences of other municipalities and some of the recent fires over the last several years. What Zone Haven does is it runs an app and uses an algorithm similar to Waze or one of those other traffic apps. And they basically determine, based on the amount of cars and the amount of people in an area, what would it require to move those cars? And so they use their algorithm to start determining what would probably be appropriate zones. And so originally, when we started speaking with County Fire and the Zone Haven representatives, we mentioned that the town currently is broken down by CERT zones. Upon further review with them, it was determined that those zones are actually too large. And so we started bifurcating zones throughout the town to go ahead and have each one done in a way that agrees with the algorithm. And if you want, I can actually do a screen share. There's a public facing part of Zone Haven, which all you have to do is pull up the app on your website and it will automatically, through GPS, bring you to Los Gatos. And so you can see here is our town. Anything that starts with LGA is a Los Gatos zone. You'll see some called SCC, especially where the manor is. That's a county zone. And then heading to the west of town, you'll see MSE, Montessorino, and then SAR, Saratoga. And so this is currently the composition of the zones in town. And I appreciate the question because it also gives me the opportunity to call up another item, which I'm not sure if you're seeing this. Let me try that again.
Yeah, we saw it.
You did? Okay, perfect. So currently, the county is still in the process of rolling this out. The town, in cooperation with them, has been also leveraging this, but they are starting a sequence of webinars for the public to basically learn your zone. This is going to be one of the big programs we're going to be advocating over the course of the next year, which is residents just being familiar with their zone. If they hear the term LGA, whatever it was, they will know right away that that is a zone that they're in and that they're being asked to evacuate in the event of an emergency. The next meeting is actually this Thursday between 6:30 and 7:30. And you'll see they're going to have one every month throughout the winter as they continue the campaign of Know Your Zone.
And so just a quick follow-up, you said that they were looking at these zones to see how many cars they could move or how long it would take to move cars. So are we going to get something back that shows, which zones are more at risk kind of thing, because it's going to be harder to get cars out kind of thing?
So all the zones were done to try and move vehicles efficiently. It's not as if one zone is going to be less efficient than another zone. The zones were broken down into these smaller sizes to make sure that each zone, depending on the amount of cars, the amount of terrain, they could move efficiently. There's two sides to this application. One is the public facing side, which you'll see if I go and click on a zone, it comes up right away. It tells me the area I'm in. It also provides additional information, like for instance, useful links, register for alert SCC. There's the ready, set, go application, emergency preparedness, PG&E updates. On the internal side for administrators, when we click on a zone, it would show amount of vehicles, amount of people, and things that responders would want to know as opposed to the public. Currently, I know that Director Morley and myself, we've been in consultation with Santa Clara County because, for instance, the vegetation management we just discussed, the 6.5 miles of roadway already veg managed, they're going to put that into the internal side so that responders and firefighters know that they're heading into an area that's actually recently been veg managed. And so the application is very robust. It has the internal side for responders, and then it has the external side that we just looked at for the public.
Thank you. That's a good thorough answer.
I'm a little excited about Zone Haven, if you haven't noticed, but this is a game changer for our town. It's something the county was talking about, and the fact that they were able to procure it probably a year or two earlier than they anticipated is just a huge benefit to the town.
Councilmember Hudas.
Thanks. I wanted to start by saying thank you to the ad hoc committee that put this together in the first place, and their suggestion that we have periodic reports on our progress. And this work was done very efficiently and came up with very tangible items. I wanted to ask sort of an overall question. We're into the second year now of implementation, or we're about to enter the second year of implementation. Have we achieved 50% of the phase one recommendations at this point? It's a 2-year phase, I believe.
So thank you for the question. I actually haven't looked at it from a percentage completion. What we've done is, we've tried to move in directions where either we knew there was the ability to gain traction, like with County Fire coming to us with Zone Haven. We've moved in the direction where staff thought, we could make movement, like for instance, in some of the grant funding we were able to procure because we put in, applications for grants. Then we also have some things that happen organically, like, originally with the Hillside Civic Neighborhood that started becoming very organized. That kind of organic volunteerism has now flowed over to the College Avenue area, which are mobilizing themselves in a very similar fashion. So I would say if you looked at the priority one category, just based on putting the report together, we've achieved some of the important milestones, but once again, the report was structured where the original goal was communication. And so some of the more important aspects of communication, for instance, the item where we discuss early research on audible siren systems, those are still going to be key things that we need to work on in the coming year.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important that we look at percent complete and percent of effort expended, particularly as we get to the next report, which will be at the end of the second year, and that would be phase one. So I think it would be helpful to understand that going forward. The other comment I wanted to make is that this isn't going to be completely static. We're going to need to refresh this. And we've made some good progress, but I would think that maybe when we discuss council priorities or town priorities at the council, we consider how to keep this plan refreshed with the engagement of our community. And the thing in particular is the remarkable progress that's been made in this one neighborhood and how we roll that across the other high-risk neighborhoods and don't reinvent the wheel when we do that, by capturing how they did it in this, how they achieved their great communications and other things in this neighborhood, because that's the only way that we're going to get coverage is if we think about, reusing that work and rolling it across the other high-risk areas.
You make an excellent point, council member. Originally, when the Hillside Civic Neighborhood really started to organize, in a town like ours, word of mouth travels. And so folks would reach out to me and ask if I could make an introduction to Mr. Stump. And so that's kind of been our role right now, which is just, making sure that folks that want to talk to Mr. Stump about how he organized his neighborhood get an opportunity to do it. As I mentioned, the College Avenue area, which is, directly next to the Hillside neighborhood, they've gotten fairly organized pretty quickly because they did, have the tools that Mr. Stump used. And they actually have developed probably one of the better websites in the area as it relates to, just preparation for emergencies and things of that effect. One of their members is a younger CERT member, and he's obviously pretty tech savvy, and he put together a really nice website for them. I recently spoke with a Boy Scout that's working on a merit badge for Troop 2. And during the discussion, they mentioned that they actually have a lot of members in that troop that are in the WUI. And so I'm hoping that maybe we'll get inroads there also and start to get some Scout involvement in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, well, my neighborhood needs it too, and I'm looking forward to being able to see it rolled out across town. Just one last question: there was additional funding that came through the state, and I believe that was for one of the recommendations, which was a coordinator, and that would be a coordinator that works through the county fire. is that a resource that we're thinking about using as we try to replicate this throughout high-risk neighborhoods in Los Gatos?
I would say that the pilot program that we got funding for county fire would be a complement to any organized neighborhood. So the pilot program is for county fire to basically create a program and hire wildland specialists, which will be professional defensible space inspectors. And they'll be able to go to any neighborhood, but certainly the organized neighborhoods will be, good fodder for a new program like that to get as many defensible space inspections done as possible.
Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Overall, I'm very pleased with this report. We're moving in the right direction with significant additional funding. And since Mr. Andrews had brought up Mr. Stump, I was going to, he deserves a special shout out. I mean, his perseverance and his urgency in prioritizing fire risk to our town is immeasurable. So he deserves special recognition for that.
I think based on the nodding of heads, that you have a second on that. Any further comments before I go to the public? Okay, so as with other hearings, everyone who would like to speak on this may do so. You'll have 3 minutes, and our first speaker is Buzz Johnson.
Yes, hi. My name is Buzz Johnson. Excuse me, I hope you can hear me. I have a question for Arn Andrews. It sounded like originally you looked at certain neighborhoods as being one of the things and determined that they were too large, and I agree they are too large. Have you worked with Captain Field in looking at aligning what you were talking about with our current neighborhoods and how we can make them mesh better?
I'll defer to the mayor if you'd like me to respond to that.
Well, before we do so, I'll see if there are any other further public comments. I see no hands raised, so I am going to close public testimony, bring this back. And yes, Mr. Andrews, if you have an answer readily available.
Thank you, Mayor and Mr. Johnson. So Captain Field and other representatives of PD were part of the working group with Zone Haven representatives and County Fire in determining, what we thought made sense, bearing in mind that their algorithm drove a lot of the conversation. And so knowing that Captain Field, has an interest in making sure that the CERT geographic areas are reasonable areas for the leadership, and then also recognizing their efforts the last several years to try and also start to bring Neighborhood Watch and CERT closer together. I don't want to speak for Captain Field, but I'm sure having these new zones is creating ideas for her and how CERT can move forward in the future.
Thank you. And council members, this is to receive the report, but also opportunity to provide direction. And so again, are there any further comments on this? Yes, Councilmember Hudas.
Just in the spirit of providing direction, I would like to formally ask that we have a % complete and % of effort expended on each phase at our next update.
Okay. And are there any further comments and or direction that council members would like to provide? Councilmember Risto?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment that, this is something that is an existential threat to Los Gatos, and we've worried about this for years. And so it's really reassuring that instead of worrying, we're actually doing work to mitigate the risk and make sure that we can save lives first, and then hopefully property with our weed abatement and with cutting the brush back. So I appreciate this, and I do look forward to an update and continued work. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll just share that I echo all the comments that have already been shared. thank you for the continued work on this. I do believe that we I think the Los Gatos is leading the field in this, and we owe that all to the work of the ad hoc committee, as well as to our staff that have spent countless hours working with our community and with our partners on this. So thank you. Okay, if I can, let's move to item number 9, which is to receive the Town Finance Commission recommendation and authorize the town manager to issue an RFP for consultant services to evaluate and recommend modernization options for the town's business license tax program.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. As you can see from the staff report, in September, the Finance Commission discussed the fact that the town's ordinance is approximately 30 years old in terms of when we first established our business tax license. And one of the things we discussed is that, having it be 30 years old at this point, it probably no longer reflects a lot of how business is conducted. It also never anticipated any type of built-in increases for inflation. And so the recommendation is to go ahead and hire a consultant and see if our rates are still representative based on the area, and to see if there's any recommendations from a consultant of areas that we might want to consider looking at for a potential change. And so this item is really just asking for authority for a consultant to go ahead and do that research and see if there's any recommendations that come forward that we would bring to council at a future date. And with that, I'm available for any questions, and we also have our budget manager available.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, this is a public hearing as well, and so would anyone in the public like to speak on this item? Seeing no hands raised, I will ask colleagues if there's any further questions. This does require a motion, and so if I can ask someone, if there are no further comments, to make a motion. Councilmember Badami?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and make a motion. And I move to receive the Town Finance Commission recommendation and authorize the town manager to issue an RFP for consultant services to evaluate and recommend modernization options for the town's business license tax program.
Thank you. And a second, I see Councilmember Risto.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, and are there any comments to the motion? Councilmember Gatos.
I just wanted to comment that I think the Finance Commission did good work on this. It went into maybe a little more depth than the council. And so I would certainly recommend the consultant and town staff working closely with the Finance Commission as the consultant puts, or as the town staff puts together recommendations to bring it back to the Finance Commission.
And are there any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Gatos?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor?
Aye.
I also vote aye, and this motion passes unanimously as well. Thank you very much. And we are now at our public hearing, which is item number 10 for property located at 110 Wood Road.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Before the council this evening is a request for an exception to the story poll policy.
Oh, and before we begin, I'm so
Oh.
sorry, Mr. Mullen. I
No
do
worries.
have a council member that does have to make an announcement.
Yes, I'm sorry, because I live close to the property. I need to recuse myself from this item.
Okay.
So if you can let me know when I can come back.
Yes, and we will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Before the council this evening is a request for an exception to the story poll policy for the project involving the redevelopment of the Meadows Senior Living Community located at 110 Wood Road. The only item up for consideration this evening is the requested exception and not the project itself. In January of this year, the council did consider a request for 4 exceptions to the policy related to the project. The exceptions were related to installing a reduced number of poles, alternate netting material, use of photo simulations, and limiting the duration of the story poles for how long they would be in place. The council continued consideration of this request and directed the applicant to provide better visualization increase the number of story poles, and consider using orange netting to better ensure visibility from a distance. On March 5th of this year, the applicant did withdraw that request, citing feedback received from the neighbors. The applicant began working with staff on a story pole plan in August of this year. The current plan shows the poles would be installed at the corners of all buildings consistent with the policy. The applicant is now requesting a single exception to the story pole policy to install rope flags instead of the orange netting connecting the story poles. The applicant has provided a letter indicating that the number of poles and the spacing between the poles would create a safety hazard if the orange netting were to be installed. Should council agree with staff's recommendation provided in your report to approve the story pole exception, staff does recommend that the council limit the approval to the alternative material requested, and any further modification be required to return for a new story pole exception. An addendum and desk item have been distributed containing public comments received after the publishing of your staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, but we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council members, any questions at this time? Seeing none, I will open public testimony on this item. You know, it's been a while since we've had a property. Does this require 5 minutes? Yes, thank you very much. So Mr. Rockwood, welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Okay, great. So Sean, my name is Frank Rockwood. I'm the development manager for the project team for the rebuild of Los Gatos Meadows. Good evening, Mayor Sayak. Good evening, council members. With me, I have Chris Echin, who's a prior executive director of Los Gatos Meadows, now a regional vice president for Covia, as well as representatives of Kimley Horn. As Sean indicated, we previously made an application for modification that was brought before this group back in January 19th. And we withdrew that in part because of feedback from the neighbors. Arguably, the main component of that proposal was requesting a fairly significant reduction in the number of poles. Again, we withdrew that request. We engaged with the support of Kimley Horn. We've identified an experienced and reputable vendor, a design build firm, California Story Poles, to assist us with this project. They prepared a story pole plan, submitted it to planning for review. Based on, per that review, the initial submittal had approximately a little less than 100 poles. That was kind of our interpretation of what was required. The feedback from staff was to add about 50 poles so that all of the areas, including in particular the mechanical penthouses, could be visualized. So point of emphasis, we are not asking for any reduction in the number of poles per the direction of staff. So we are intending to, we expect to erect all of those poles. We have been notified by California Story Pole that they deem this to use the netting as opposed to flag ropes. They deem that to be an unsafe condition. It is my understanding and expectation that the use of flag ropes would meet the intent in terms of providing the neighbors, the community, the planning commission, the council, an opportunity to properly visualize the massing of our proposed building, but do so in a safe manner. So I'd like you to advance slides here to the next slide. And I'm going to go through these rather quickly because I think everyone here has seen these. I just want to remind everyone that we're proposing to rebuild an existing community. We received entitlements for the senior living community, continuing care retirement community back in 1968 for a total of 222 units. Next slide. We are not proposing to increase the number of units or the number of staff on site. However, we are proposing to materially increase the units and the common areas. And so that will result in greater massing. So next slide. Just a recap on our timeline. So we started this process back in 2018. We have been going through several iterations of the development application and through the EIR process. Erecting the story poles is, my understanding, the very last step that we need to take prior to going in front of Planning Commission. Next slide, please. There's a full, I think the entire story pole plan is part of the agenda package. So I'll just emphasize here that we, per feedback from staff, we're adding kind of additional story poles to kind of assist in visualizing where these mechanical penthouses are. Next slide, please. Again, we were also asked to show kind of more details for all the elevations. This is just a representation of that. Again, the full story pole plan is in the application package. Next slide, please. And then I'm going to ask Mark Falga with Kimley Horn to kind of take over and make a couple comments here.
And actually, do we have, let's make sure. Yep, I see his hand raised as well. And so if we could have him as a participant as well. Thanks.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Mark Falgo, Kimley Horn. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Thanks for the time. This is an example of a project with utilizing the flags. Our contractor unfortunately couldn't make it tonight, but they have raised safety concerns about the heavier materials of using the netting. And so essentially it's much heavier and more rigid than the flag rope material and catches more wind. And when the material is pulled tight without sagging, it catches the wind and vibrates, it causing the poles to crinkle, and it's obviously a safety issue. So while the materials we want to use are different, they maintain the integrity of the policy by illustrating the height, mass, and bulk while still maintaining public safety. These flags are 9 inches by 12 inches, and they're spaced only a few inches apart. And they have been used successfully on other projects in the area.
Mark, your time is up. And so I wanted to see how many more slides did you have? And if there's specifically, I wanted to see if there's any council members that had specific questions. So Council Member Hudis.
Thank you. I'm trying to make the connection between the request, the letter of justification, and in there you say that the reason you can't use the netting is because there are more poles than originally proposed. That doesn't quite make sense to me. It seems like if you have more poles, you could support the weight of the netting better than the original proposal. So is there a letter from the experienced pole installer to that effect? I'm trying to understand that connection.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
So yeah, I apologize if I kind of mischaracterize that. No, we are not proposing to change the number of poles at all. So the number of poles required per the staff feedback was 138 poles. That's what we plan to install. They'll have our contractor install. As Mark said, it's the material between the poles that creates the hazard. And I'm not an expert, obviously, in story pole installations, of which we had our contractor here to help elaborate on this. But no, there's no change in the number of poles from what is per current city policy versus town policy versus what we're asking for here. So we're only asking for a change in the material between connecting the poles.
Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Mr. Rockwood, I had difficulty reading the elevations in the material you provided. So my question to you is, of the proposed buildings, how many exceed 40 feet in height?
I'm going to ask Mark to take point on that. Mark, do you know the answer to that question?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, I'm trying to get to the so 40 feet, when you're measuring the buildings from the podium level, I believe that all but one of them will exceed 40 feet in height. Villa E, I believe, is the only one that doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and any further questions of Mr. Rockwood? Okay, thank you both. You'll have an opportunity at the end to another 3 minutes. So would anyone from the public like to speak on this item? Okay, I see no other hands raised. And so, Mr. Rockwood, you have an additional 3 minutes. Normally it's used for rebuttal, but if there's additional comments that you'd like to close with.
Yeah, I'll just quickly go through the rest of these slides. So advance the next slide, 8, and then advance again, 9. So these are other examples that were provided by California Story Poll. And then quickly going from 10 onward, if you could just flip through these. So these are visualizations that I think you've seen several times now. And I just want to point out that we intend to effectively recalibrate all the visualizations that we have done to date after we erect the poles. So,
okay,
including the public views as well as private views.
Okay, so what I'll do, I'm going to close, well, first, before council members, before I close public testimony, any further questions of the applicant? I see no hands raised, and so I'm going to close public testimony, bring it back to council members, opportunity to ask staff questions, make comments, and ultimately a motion. Council, let's see, I apologize. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. When we heard this in January, I made an inquiry as to what exceptions were previously provided in town to our story pole policy. And the North 40 had come up as having been granted an exception that I want to clarify with town staff, and that an exception was made to use flag rope for structures over 40 feet. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. I'm not familiar with that exception or the details of it. Perhaps Director Paulson can weigh in on that.
Thank you. I don't recall the specifics either. However, I do know that for the market hall, which was over 40 feet, that was one of the photos that I believe Mr. Rockwood showed, where they did utilize, as you saw in that photo, 2 rows of flags. So it encompassed a couple feet. They believe they've mentioned that the flags they're proposing are 9 inches by 12 inches. So if you have 2 lines of flags, then it would essentially cover that general 2-foot span.
Councilmember Hughes.
Thanks. 2 questions. Are they proposing 2 lines of flags?
To my understanding, that is not currently the proposal. The proposal is for a single line of the rope flags.
Okay. Is there any reason why we couldn't require 2 lines of flags?
No, I don't think there's any reason you couldn't. The applicant may want to weigh in on the safety and the added weight of doubling the number of flags.
Okay. The other question was, we have this policy that requires netting, and we've given an exception because of safety, or if we did pass this, we would be. Do we have a flaw in our code on flag on these poles and the netting, where they're going to be unsafe in general, or is there something very specific about this case that says that this is just going to happen this time?
Thank you. I think the atypical nature of this project being with its heights is a departure from even commercial development in the town. And then the policy is typically applied most often to residential development. So we typically see maybe maximum heights of 30 feet, perhaps lower is more common. So I couldn't speak to if there's a flaw in the policy and whether the policy thinks about commercial structures at this height. But the council could revisit the policy at a future date.
But it sounds like it's an important item because these flags and story poles are most important the higher they are. So it concerns me that maybe there's something wrong with our policy if we have to grant an exception on a safety basis. I assume staff concurs that there is a safety basis with using the orange netting.
Yes, given our recommendation of approval, I think it's reasonable to assume, given the large spans and the heights of the poles, that there's some safety with wind load and pulling, although I'm not an engineer and couldn't speak to the specifics of that.
And I would just offer Councilmember Hudis that, I don't think staff believes that the policy is flawed on its face. I think you have these aberrations with these larger buildings. This one, I believe, goes upwards of 80 feet. We had these conversations for the original Netflix, for the portion of the North 40, for the Market Hall building. I think what we will look at is, depending on the outcome of future general plan conversations and the potential for buildings that exceed 40 feet, we may have to revisit that conversation and bring that back to council for some consideration.
Thank you.
Councilmember Badami.
Are there any standards as to the color of the flag? Because when I looked at the flags in the displays that we were given, it just doesn't stand out like the orange netting. So you could use kind of a brownish colored flag and it would just blend in with the hill. And I mean, what color flags would we even be looking at? And if we did determine that flags were acceptable, could we specify the color?
Thank you. The policy is silent on the use of flags. It simply requires that orange netting be used. And to your second question, the council could certainly provide direction on what color flag they want to see installed if you choose to approve it tonight.
Any further questions, comments, and ultimately a motion? Councilmember Hudis.
So my comment is that this seems like a reasonable request given the height and the safety issues, and so I would be inclined to grant it. But I would like to see us explore the possibility of 2 rows of flags, as that is the example that's being given to us for similar height buildings. And I am concerned that if that if we're granting this exception and getting away from the orange netting, that we may not be achieving what we need with a single row of flags. So I don't know, it sounded like staff hadn't given that thought about 2 rows, but that would be my preference, is to grant it with a 2-row requirement.
Would you like to turn that into a motion?
Sure. So I don't have it in front of me, but let me just get that. So I move to approve the proposed exception to install story poles with rope flags, and I'll make that 2 rows of rope flags in lieu of netting.
Thank you. And is there a second to the motion? Councilmember Badami?
I'll second the motion, but in doing so, I'm doing so out of fairness in the fact that in comparison to the North 40, we did allow exceptions to use flag rope for structures over 40 feet.
Thank you. And any further comments to the motion? Councilmember Hudis?
I would just suggest that staff look into whether we need to modify our policy, because the story pole policy was specifically created for the tallest buildings. And so if we're finding that our policy doesn't address that, I would like to hear about that again sometime in the future.
That could certainly be brought back to the policy committee for initial discussion to bring back to the council. So we have a motion and a second. No further questions. I see no other hands raised, so I'll call the question. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto? Oh, I'm so sorry. She's not here. No wonder. Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
And I also vote aye. And so this motion passes unanimously. And so if we could just call back Councilmember Risto, we can now move to the item that was pulled, which is agenda item 6.
I believe it was 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct. Number 5. Thank you.
Just need to promote Councilmember Risto back to being a panelist, please.
Welcome back, Councilmember Risto. And so we're now going to listen to item number 5.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Greg Borromeo, Interim Captain with the Police Department. The staff report before you today is recommending an authorization of the town manager to execute a consultant services agreement with Hunt Design for downtown wayfinding and signage design. In July 1st of 2021, we went through a request for proposal and went through 3 different vendors who submitted requests. And during that review, identified Hunt as meeting the criteria based on a collaborative effort with the Parks and Public Works Department, as well as Economic Vitality. Through that, there was a focus and an emphasis on downtown static parking signage and wayfinding to the parking lots, utilizing some of the current town branding, as well as looking at an overall general master plan of wayfinding throughout the town area. And that concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I wanted to understand how this fits into the Dixon reports phase 1, which is for not only static signs, but for efforts to design electronic wayfinding to available spaces. Does this task plan include any efforts to make progress toward electronic wayfinding to available spaces?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So the Hunt proposal or reviewing in that is a focus of an overall downtown general plan of wayfinding, which incorporates static as well as multiple phases all the way up, including to the electronics signage. However, at this point, due to the specific infrastructure needs of the electronics for those projects, that would need to be identified later through funding through a CIP. But the overall general master plan will give us an idea of where those signs will be placed as we start moving towards that as the program develops.
So if I may, so there will be some thinking about where to locate the electronic signs, but there won't be any work in that if that's correct. So my question is, does this consultant have experience with designing electronic wayfinding?
Hunt Design does, and does work with a company that specifically works through this with the focus on getting the downtown pilot program running. We did do a primary focus within the static signage with the understanding that we want to move towards both occupancy counting and electronic signage, but that would be identified at a later time. So that would be more of the internal workings of the electronics and stuff like that, while this design here that we have before you tonight is more of a focus on the placement of where those would go in the grander scheme of downtown.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councilmember Riss?
Yeah, actually, I don't have a question. It's more of a comment that, I think I'm really excited that we're moving forward with this, because if any of us have ever spoken to someone from out of town, and I think Julie Dixon brought it up when she did the report, we've done such an effective job at tucking our parking lots between buildings that outside visitors have no idea where to park. And, I've had the personal experience of meeting someone at a restaurant and they're like, oh my God, I couldn't park. And I know there's a ton of parking at that time. And it turns out they were scouring residential areas. They didn't know where to park. So I think this is, going to help us a lot. Of course, it's the first step in multiple steps that we need to do, but I think we just need to move forward with this right now. Thank you.
Any further questions before I open public testimony? Councilmember Gatos.
I'll wait till after public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so would anyone from the public like to speak on this item? Randy Chen?
Hi, good evening, Council. Sorry you get me tonight instead of Catherine. I'm not quite as eloquent, but I would just urge you to approve this contract. The wayfinding, the employee parking signage is included in this wayfinding contract, and we cannot start the employee parking program without the signage. So please approve this contract so we can get started. We really need to move this forward. The Dixon report at this point is now 1.5 years old. If we continue on this path, it's going to expire and we're going to have to start over again. So please, the chamber would love to get this going, and I urge you to approve this so that in early 2022, we can have an employee parking program and get this moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes, did you have a question of Ms. Chen?
No, I'm sorry. It was,
okay. And would anyone else from the public like to speak on this item? Seeing no hands raised for closing public testimony, and Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. I got my question answered. I am still a bit concerned that we're not making enough progress toward electronic wayfinding. I will be making a motion to approve this. In fact, let me make the motion that I move to authorize the town manager to execute a consultant services agreement in the amount of $109,960 with Hunt Design Associates for downtown wayfinding and signage design consultant services. And I would add with the view of implementing the full phase 1 of the Dixon report that includes electronic wayfinding as part of phase 1. And so I'm not suggesting any change to the work order or to the work, but that the work be done with the thought to moving forward and not just stopping with static signs. And the comment that I would add to the motion is that I think this is really critical to getting our business going again downtown, particularly the retail businesses that are somewhat blocked by the parklets and suffer from customers who don't know that they can park somewhere that's close by, and we have to help them get there. And this is an important step forward, but we have to keep our eye on getting that full phase 1 of the Dixon report implemented, including identifying where spaces are available and how to get there.
We have a motion on the floor. A second, Councilmember Risto.
I'll second the motion. I'll also make the comment that we can all differ. Frankly, I think getting the employee permit parking in place is even more critical after we get just the static wayfinding, but we can discuss that at another meeting. So I'll second this motion.
Okay. And are there any further questions or comments to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Councilmember Risto?
Aye.
I also vote aye, and this motion passes unanimously as well. And so that concludes the public hearings that we have for tonight. As mentioned earlier in the meeting, we will continue verbal communications. And so that allows people from the public who would like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda to speak. And you will have 3 minutes each. I'll just go down the line. James?
Good evening. I'm a board member with BAMEC, and for 37 years, our organization has advocated for the advancing of equality in this region. And we have also repeatedly supported and defended elected officials who share our values, and that's what we're here to do tonight. To the mayor and the council, thank you so much for your work around inclusiveness, the pandemic, community resilience, and equality. Thank you for your service as volunteer elected officials. We appreciate you. And we know that this job was never promised to be easy, but no one should ever be subject to what the mayor and her family has in the recent weeks. Families are off limits. No community should have to tolerate the behavior we witnessed. And it is our duty as decent people to stand up to bullying and the terrorizing of others, to denounce racist and homophobic language and the other dangerous activities and tropes that we've heard. Standing up to bullies takes courage. Saying something can make you their next target, but courage is defined as a state or quality of mind or spirit that enables one to face danger and fear. I think everyone who came here tonight out in force and just did that tonight, we've shown that love always overcomes hate. To the majority of the council, who used your positions tonight and your microphones to speak out, I thank you for your sincere and heartfelt comments. We also echo the requests from Assemblymember Lowe and Assemblymember Cortese to hear from city staff, the manager and the police department on what actions were and are being taken to protect our elected officials. Lastly, we invite all city leaders, department heads, managers, to themselves speak out when these actions happen. Thank you for your time tonight and everybody who stuck around for a long meeting. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Chen.
Hello, Council again. I would like to say on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and myself, of course, that we support the mayor and all of the council. We know that you are passionate about our town and you give your time and energy to make Los Gatos a better place. The First Amendment, the freedom of speech, is meant to express differing opinions and make sure that all voices are heard. It is not a right to make personal attacks, harass public officials and their families, or spew hatred. The town of Los Gatos, and particularly the council, have always been a great supporter of the Chamber's efforts, and the Chamber would like to pledge our support to the council. Please let us know if there's anything that we can do for you. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. And would anyone else like to speak to us before we conclude tonight's meeting? Leaf ago.
Yes, I have to speak tonight and say thank you to you, Madam Mayor, and your family for the support that they've provided to you and you to them, and also for the council members for the quality of the services that you've been able to provide through the town staff, and that working together collaboratively, this has provided an excellent quality of life for all of us in our community. I agree fully with the comments of each of the council members who spoke earlier this evening. Please know there is considerable support for our mayor, the council, and the rules of law and civil order. all of the prior speakers made points that fully underscore not only the support and the way they express their continued support, that they are happy to be here and enjoying the life in our town that you help to provide for all of us. So thank you. Keep up the good work, and know that there is considerable support for each and every one of you. Keep up the good work, and God bless you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily Ann Ramos.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
I first time speaking, long time listener, first time caller kind of thing. I did not realize that you can actually speak at the end of the meeting, and I just wanted to throw my support in with the city council or town council in this case, and particularly the mayor. It is hard being an elected official. I've watched enough city council meetings across the Bay Area to see that there are issues and decisions that can just tear at your heart because you want to do what's best for the people you represent. And so I'm here just speaking my support for your hard work, staying up till 11 o'clock at night, doing this good work, and particularly for the mayor and her family for what they've had to endure these past few meetings. My heart is with you, and thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelica Ramos Allen. Our next speaker is Angelica Ramos Allen.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Angelica Ramos Allen, and I am the president of the Silicon Valley chapter of the National Women's Political Caucus. And we thank the town council for finally renouncing the attacks against the mayor of Los Gatos, publicly apologizing and calling out the abusive and harmful harassing behavior. We also thank and applaud you for passing the emergency ordinance to protect public officials in their private residences. The pandemic has laid bare the rot that exists in our society. It starts with bigotry, racism, and sexism, and ends with hate, contempt, and all too often violence. In the past year and a half, we have seen an increase in vitriolic behavior directed at our public servants, in particular women and women of color. Most recently, this behavior was laid bare at the Los Gatos Town Council meeting when the mayor and only woman of color on this council was repeatedly attacked, threatened, and forced to hear her own child doxxed during public comment by individuals for whom there are no words that can be spoken in polite society. Suffice it to say that they revealed themselves to be racist, white supremacists with every second they were permitted to speak. This past year has seen several incidents, including graffiti and physical and verbal assaults against Asian Americans in our community, and especially at our female AAPI elected officials. As more women with diverse backgrounds ascend into leadership roles, it's important that we call attention to and condemn this kind of conduct. Women who make the difficult decision to run for office already know that public service includes criticism from those who do not share their political views. They have been prepared by life to expect dismissiveness, distrust, and disappointment. When they choose to serve so that they can bring their lived experience to bear in government, women and mothers make up the lioness share of the population, the economy, and yes, the vote. Representation matters. When members of the public devolve into bullying, harassing, and intimidating and targeting these women in leadership, it chills our participation. Then we face a mass exodus of women from public office. No one should be able to have to face this hate alone. We are privileged to stand with Los Gatos Mayor Mariko Sayuk against the hate and bigotry directed at her by members who claim to be part of this community. And we condemn and reject anyone who is complicit in allowing their vitriol to boil over into hate, aggression, and violence. It is wrong and it should not be tolerated. And the people who perpetuate should never be allowed anywhere near our public servants. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. And would anyone else like to speak tonight? Okay, I will close public testimony at this time, and that concludes verbal communication. I do want to just share my sincere gratitude to my colleagues, to our town government, and to all those within the community, inside and outside, that have shown that we truly do stand together, and that we have shown the rest of our community, frankly, that we can do better, we are better, and we were able to do the town's business in a way that brings pride back. So I appreciate all of you, and I thank you, and I adjourn tonight's meeting. Good night.